together. We're finna ride home from Disney. I'm gonna see if I can stream all the way home. I might be flipping y'all around and I might leave y'all like this sometime. But I think I'm gonna flip y'all around for right now. Y'all just see what's going on. We gotta go get gas. We gotta cut this. Yeah, I know that's probably blowing in the video. But yeah. We gotta go get some gas because we only got like 32 miles left. So let's do that. Cloud over it. Maybe that just might not be how the video is, y'all. Alright, let's ride. Let's ride, let's ride. Take the parking brake off first. Leaving the old Disney World. So, did you enjoy your trip, Kiara?
I did. It was so much fun.
Yeah.
In a quarter mile, turn left onto West Buena Vista Drive.
Cut this light off.
I feel like it's probably one of the most fun, probably the most fun Disney trip we've had.
Yeah.
We did a lot. We got to see a lot. Yeah. We did a lot of different things. It felt like old Disney again, like when I was a kid.
Yeah. It just always seemed the same to me. Nothing seemed different. Get out of here. Let's get out of the Disney World little complex. Luckily this time our vehicle wasn't far away wasn't too far away from where we had to go in. I don't know. Other times, but we always on the third floor somehow. We always end up on the third floor. So I don't know. I recorded this ride home on my...
This won't let me check out. I have to go check out at the front desk because this is letting me check out.
Okay. I'll be sitting out here waiting for you.
That's fine.
Turn left onto West Buena Vista Drive.
But, yeah, somehow we always end up on the third floor. I think we never had a... Have we ever had a room on the first or second floor?
Yeah, I remember the last time we went this summer, in that corner right there. I remember the room.
In 1.1 miles, turn left toward US 192.
I can't turn it right here, can I? I gotta go around.
I think you can.
Okay.
Yeah.
I seen two...
Oh, baby, that's the buses.
Okay.
Go straight.
I seen two cast members outside when we was coming in. Well, two workers. Yeah, I guess they all call cast members, aren't they? Even the workers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like they was on break or something. Turn right here. Say do not enter.
You gotta go around.
Okay. Kiara is the worst with alarms. She is supposed to have set alarm for 3 something. She set an alarm for 2 something.
I thought you said you wanted to leave at 3, so I was like, okay, we'll get up at like 2:15 because I had to pack the car and get.
It don't take me that
Turn
long.
left onto West Buena Vista.
It don't take me that long to get ready. You the one take forever to get ready.
Just zip it. There it goes.
See, don't slip on the both floor.
Okay.
I holler.
Okay. Let me take my phone. Let me take my wallet.
I holler. I just want to try something different. See if I can stay on here for 12 hours. Well, 12 plus hours, because it's going to take us 12 plus hours to get home. Hopefully we can get home. Let me flip the camera around. Hopefully we can get home when there's still some daylight out. Possibly. I think y'all can still see me, but yeah, hopefully we can get home when there's still some daylight out. But we'll have to see. It is what it is. Flip y'all back around. Cut all these lights on. Yeah, this is the first trip we ever took in my girlfriend's. We always use her vehicles because my new vehicle is a stick shift. Yeah. I haven't taught her how to drive a stick shift. I don't know. But we always end up taking her vehicle. And this vehicle is new. She just got it. Only got 2,138 miles on it. So all the miles on it basically coming from us driving to Disney and driving home from Disney. Kiara in the house. Watch your mouth.
What?
I said Kiara in the house.
Oh, I thought you. I thought you had the charger.
You grab the top of my chopstick.
I thought you had the charger in your hand still.
No, she don't be watching her little dirty hands.
Shut up.
If I have some bumps around my mouth, it come from her.
Don't get on live acting brand new.
I get some bumps around my lips, it's coming from her. She don't be watching her little stinking hands. Put your seatbelt on.
Don't get on live acting brand new because I'm going to turn this thing on.
But, yeah, you don't even know what you're doing. Put your seatbelt on.
How come I went in there to check in and there's a lady that came around to the front desk and she had a big giant pile of sheets in her hands.
Pile of who?
Sheets. Like the stuff. Yeah. It's popping up the stuff that was on the bed. Like bedding.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, oh, God.
Like somebody, she's getting a room ready or something?
No, it was a guest.
Oh.
I said, ain't no way this woman
Like she was.
done bought some like pissy sheets down there or something.
Oh, Lord.
There's some dirty sheets.
I thought you said maybe she was wrapped up in them, but she had
No,
them,
like she
in
had
her
them
hand.
balled up in her hand and walked to the front desk. Oh,
Turn left
wow.
onto West Buena Vista Drive.
Yeah, people. So, Kiara will probably be sleeping in a minute, so whoever pop on here, I'll try to talk to y'all. That's if anybody pop on here. I'm basically her driver.
In 1 mile, turn left toward
These
US
days.
192 and ESP
I'm the bus
and
driver.
Wide World of Sports.
We were supposed to go to ESPN, but we didn't. Kiara be lying.
Oh, why you always gotta talk about Kira?
Because you
Why
be
can't you
lying.
find something else to talk about?
I will when you go to sleep.
Why are you so obsessed with me?
Huh?
Why are you so obsessed with me?
Why you in the car with me?
Why are you so obsessed with me?
Why are you in the car with
So
me?
this is my car.
Exactly. Why are you in the car with me? So basically, you obsessed with me because you got me in your car.
That makes no sense.
Yeah, how I end up in your car?
I'm telling you right now, don't get on this live acting right now.
How I end up in your car?
What are you talking about?
If I'm obsessed with you, how did I end up
Y'all,
in
he
your
be
car?
getting on his live and don't, and he be trying to make jokes and stuff and have comebacks, and that wouldn't be making no sense. he think he be doing
At the
it.
next
All else, this
turn
was
left.
just a challenge for me. I just want to challenge myself to try to be on live for a long time. Out of everything else. So this is just a challenge for me today, and it's gonna give me something to do. It'll give me something to do on the ride home. So let's see. Y'all see this? This is the biggest McDonald's I ever seen. Y'all probably see it in the camera when we drive by it. Big old McDonald's. Do I need to stay in this lane or get over? Is it gonna open
I think it
automatically
matters.
for us?
I think it don't open automatically.
Okay.
Probably need to turn left.
Hmm?
Probably need to get in the left lane because you gotta turn left.
At the light, use the left 2 lanes to turn toward US 192 and ESP and Wide World of Sports.
Somebody just popped on and popped on. Still one person on. What y'all
Turn
doing
left.
on here? Y'all see that big old McDonald's? Mirrors connect. Hopefully we see some cool cars or some cool vehicles on our ride home. I think yesterday or the day before yesterday I seen an Acura. Is it called an Acura NX? It was like Acura supercar from back in the day. I think it was called an Acura NX. I seen one the other day. I wish I could have popped my phone out and recorded it. It was nice. It had like aftermarket rims on it. Like it probably had some work done. So even though it looked at stock-ish, it just had some aftermarket rims on it. So I don't know. I wish I could have
Use the right
recorded
lane to take the exit
It looked
towards
pretty
US
nice.
192.
Charged. I have to see how long it lasts on here before I have to plug it in.
Take the exit.
See how long it lasts before I have to plug it in, y'all. Wonder if anybody's on that bus.
Might be taking some people to the airport or something.
I like this car, y'all. It drive pretty good, and it's all-wheel drive. So you hit the gas on it, it picks up. It don't burn rubber. It makes it seem faster than what it is.
Use the right lane to take the exit onto US 192.
Never drove. I'm pretty sure I never drove all-wheel drive car like it's in all-wheel drive all the time. But I done been in vehicles where you can, pop it into four-wheel drive
Right
and
onto
stuff.
US 192 West.
It's kind of different.
You got a single street light on.
Use the right
dark,
lane to
isn't
keep
it?
right onto US 192 West.
We got us
US
going in the
27.
boondocks. Get some gas. I thought you said it was one in Disney.
It was, but I think this one popped up because it was closer. And it said it was 24 hours.
Put some air on my little legs. On the ride here, y'all, I didn't have my rear view mirror, so now I got the rear view mirror back because I had the camera up there. But this car it warns you when somebody's on the side of you, so that helps pretty good. It got lane keep assist, but I cut that lane keep assist off. I think when you really want to get the moving and grooving, you gotta cut that stuff off. It slows you down, because you basically have to use your turn signals, to get where you're going. It's 7-Eleven.
Oh, yeah,
Go
you
past
can
this
do
light,
something.
then turn right.
Which one?
Right
7-Eleven?
here, that's fine.
Dropped your phone.
Yeah, it's okay.
Turn right onto Reedy Creek Boulevard. Then turn left.
You want me to go get some water or anything out of here? Is it open?
Good.
Okay. I'm probably gonna go get some water out of here.
Gotta pump this gas, y'all.
Hey, it ain't my car?
Yeah.
Where you going? Okay.
Although it only took $37 to fill this car up, it's not so great on gas like her last vehicle. And plus, this car only goes like, it only gets like 23 miles to a gallon. So, and like I said, it doesn't take much to fill it up, which in turn means, you know, it got a small gas tank. But her last car, we could fill it up one time, you know, of course, while we're in town, and then one time headed to Disney, we had to fill it up again because her car went like 500 miles on the gas, over 500 miles on the gas, on a full tank of gas. But this car, we had to stop like 3 times and get gas. So that's a little different. Let me crank the car up. I gotta run him over. I realize you need that much room to back when you got a wide open parking lot. What she done bought. Trying to get her cord separated from my cord. Have to be plugging this in a minute.
I ain't come pick me up at the door.
This ain't curbside.
Hey. What did you do?
You cursing.
I didn't. I said hey. Just put it in. Oh, here we gotta put it in now. Oh shit.
Probably left his money. Well, he must be doing some work for them.
There you go. Get some,
Turn right onto West Erlo Bronson Memorial
you
Highway.
get some?
Yeah, I put some.
Thanks to
Oh, he AAA.
Yeah. That's confusing. You're like, oh, we're doing some work for them.
Yeah. I didn't realize what his vehicle had on it.
Proceed to the route.
There's a Walmart right there. Why didn't they take us to this Walmart?
Where? They
Right
probably don't
there.
got a wood for it.
Oh, that's true.
Where Walmart?
Right there.
See it. Where Walmart is, baby?
2.3 miles.
Where that
Turn
sign
right to
says.
merge onto State
Oh, I
Road
see it.
429 North.
Maybe it's
E-Reason.
Ridgewood.
MLM.
Maybe it's a neighborhood market or something. Let's get home. Got 792 miles, y'all. 10 hours and 56 minutes, give or take. Depending on how many times we have to stop. might turn into longer than that.
What?
Hmm? I said, depending on how many times I stop, it might turn into a longer ride than that. What a speed limit haven't popped up on here. That's weird. Well, even though we haven't got out and rode much, but even when we was on the bus, I didn't see no police nowhere. You know what I mean? Like a police sitting out somewhere.
Yeah.
Or maybe because we was in Disney. Maybe the police just aren't over there like that unless they need to be. But
I mean, I'm sure they are. I'm sure we just didn't notice.
429.
Disney's like real good about hiding that kind of stuff.
got 7-Eleven. I got a 7-Eleven everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Wawa.
Wawa.
How you say it?
Look like Wawa to me.
I know that's
Wawa.
I think that's a popular gas station. Wawa. Hey, your car didn't cut off when we stopped.
Yeah. Is it on? Does it feature them?
Should be. Make my review, y'all. Review hard to move. Maybe because it's new.
Stay in the second lane to right.
It's a hot dog restaurant.
Go past this light, then at the next one, turn right.
I ain't seen a Hooters in a long time.
When I seen them, they do pretty good business. Men don't work at Hooters, do
I mean, technically, can they turn you away for not being a man?
they? We should try a experiment one day.
In 11 miles, keep left onto State Road 429.
Try to do the speed limit, girl. You got one in your notebook.
No, but
You got a bottle right here. I just said this one back here.
are you sure you don't is it good?
No, I can feel the stomach hurt going on with it. What else you get? I mean, I can feel it. I can see it tearing my stomach up.
Yogurt covered pretzels.
Yeah. Hopefully we can avoid the Florida traffic.
For the parkers.
Mm-hmm.
There's some nice parking.
Yeah. Hopefully we can avoid the Florida traffic.
We should probably.
Yeah. If it brings us back through Tupelo, I'll probably stop at my house and feed Benji. If my daddy, I have to text him, but I'll text my daddy and stuff. Pretty sure it's gonna bring us back through Tupelo. What you think?
I usually did, but I feel like a couple of times it's brought us through Alabama. But either way, it's still.
Yeah. But I mean, you can get to Alabama from Tupelo.
Right.
arrive at 1:43, but the time would have to change, so it'd be 2:43.
Isn't that what the time changed?
No, it's gonna change over because remember my tablet had the wrong time on it. I think my tablet been having the wrong time on it.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess.
So what time did we leave last time? That made us get here so late.
Because we left late. We woke up late, remember?
Oh,
My phone died. So the alarm I had said obviously didn't go off.
yeah.
They always make me set the alarms. Nobody else set them.
That's your project. I'm so used to waking up, y'all. That we woke up a little bit after.
Yeah.
I'm so used to waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning. We woke up like at 4, so.
That's why we woke up. And then we were like, hey, I'm not getting up.
Yeah. This whole trip, I've been plugging her phone in. I've been plugging her, charging her watch. Literally every day. Just about.
The last few nights, though, I plugged in my watch and I plugged in my magic band and I plugged in my phone.
Yeah. She's slipping, y'all.
I was so tired, though.
Yeah.
Like the first, 2 nights. I swear, Magic Kingdom wore me out. We did everything.
Yeah. To be honest, Kiara, Disney food is not that good to me.
Really?
No. I mean, they try to wow you with some of the stuff. I like their vegan variety of food.
You talking about restaurants in general?
Yeah,
or
just restaurants in general, like nothing.
Like you didn't have anything that amazed you?
No.
I mean, not amazed you, but you didn't have anything that was like, dang, this is real good.
No.
Really, I loved the Tusker House. Oh, it was good.
No. Really didn't. I could have. Ate something. I mean, I don't know. It's part of the.
And them cheeseburger pods were so good. I'm glad I had them.
It's part of the experience, though. So it is what it is. I'm not gonna. I enjoyed it.
I mean, how much we spent on that buffet? $157.
Yeah, the one yesterday.
I thought it was worth it. I thought it was a good buffet. There was a lot on there. It was like. I thought it was a nice variety of stuff.
Yeah.
And some give me dishes to try.
Yeah. Everywhere I go, y'all, I get a Bloody Berry to drink. And the last place we went to was the Tusker House. They put bacon in my Bloody Mary, y'all.
I didn't think about it because a lot of people do that.
I'm so used to having celery or olive in it, but they put bacon and a lime in it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't eat pork or beef. That kind of threw me for a loop. It looked like it was a nice meaty piece of bacon, but I just don't eat bacon.
I know that is kind of weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
Those are weird garnishes.
Yeah, it was pretty meaty, like it.
Especially the lime. I don't really see a lot of people garnishing Bloody Marys with lime.
Yeah, I think the first two were all right. Maybe that one that had the big long piece of celery in it was the best, but they all kind of tasted different.
We're talking about it. What was it?
I'm not for sure, but they had a whole thing of celery in it. I'm just used to them giving you the top piece with close to the little leafy stuff on it. But they gave me a whole piece of celery.
What was your favorite buffet? What did we go to? Whispering Canyon, K-May Cafe, Boma, and Tusker House. Which one was your favorite?
Probably. What's the one where they was being rude?
Oh, Whispering Canyon.
Yeah, that's probably my favorite. I like that.
We go back there a lot.
Yeah, I like that.
It seems like every trip we go there. I think last time we went, didn't we go eat there twice? We went for breakfast and we went for dinner another day?
Probably so.
I think we did.
18 Willard at the Popo.
also has lots of options for you.
Yeah, like they got a good variety. They got good vegan food. Like just about wherever we went, I got vegan food. So 'cause that's they're the best choice for me because it'll give me something to actually eat. I won't have to pick through nothing. If I go ahead and get something that says vegan. I ate a lot of tofu. I ate a bunch of tofu. Then it surprisingly it all was good. I think the tofu at the last place we went to. Where did we go to where I got a tofu? What is that place?
Tofu bowl?
Yeah, with the Boma balls in it. What are the balls called?
Dang, what was that place called?
That's probably one of my favorite. Probably one of my favorite little meals we had.
Yeah, it was over at Pandora.
Yeah, that was good.
Those cheeseburger pods were good. Like they have like really stepped up like their quick service dining type stuff.
Yeah.
Cause like with the Disney dining plan, like you get one quick service meal a day. I think 2 snacks and 1 sit down dinner is like how they used to do it.
Yeah.
So like that would have been like anything that's kind of like fast food where we go up, give them our order, we do like mobile pickup for it. That's like counter service, which is like fast food to me.
Yeah.
But I remember there was a time in Disney when like all the fast food was just like burgers, chicken, pizza.
It was just like easy stuff.
Yeah.
The stuff that you would think that was quick to cook and eat. Let me get some of this. For some reason, I feel like I was old enough. And maybe these was out before I knew. But I feel like I was old enough when these came out. Like I remember when these came out, if I'm not mistaken.
I remember that player.
Yeah. It was the first time I tried them, or I actually remember when they first came out. One of the two.
You know there are people that actually move like to Orlando to be closer to Disney.
Yeah, I mean if that's where you go vacation and every year it makes sense. Or if your job permits.
I mean I love Disney, but like I don't really feel like it's that serious. You know what I mean?
Then you can get the bad weather all of a sudden. I hunt down south of Florida.
It just to me doesn't feel like it'd be something that I would completely pick up my life. You know what I mean? Completely move somewhere else.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, if you got a job through Disney or you got a job vlogging for Disney or I mean, different.
The Disney food blogs stay close to here.
It's like a team of them. I think some of them do. But AJ, the one that like runs it, like it's her channel.
Mm-hmm. Like the what you call it.
I think she says she lives in Texas.
Let me hold him.
Why should you do that?
Might have hit it. I don't know.
What if I did it with my watch?
Starting route.
Let me hold them pencils.
Nah, boy.
That was actually good. No. Oh, them little dirty hands.
Damn, nigga, I'm on your body here.
The bag is, my hand is big. You look like I got baby hands.
No, I didn't. I only pulled out 2 pretzels.
My hands are big.
Changing 22. Merge onto Florida's Turnpike northbound.
You acting like you don't want me to get none? I'll take that. Go to bed.
You're not gonna take them.
You wake up, next thing you know, you'll be home. Like magic. Why was the door open?
What?
Do you song, big. Give them to me.
Take exit 22 to Argo before East Turnpike, Fort El Capital. Then keep left to Argo before East Turnpike, Fort El Capital. Left lane.
Left lane.
Keep left.
Damn, gotta drive that far there. Turn around.
Be careful
Fuck all
with
of
this
that.
up there, yeah.
Damn. Got a roadblock or something.
I think they're doing construction.
Dang, you gotta drive this far there to turn around.
In 1 mile, take exit 265 on the right onto State Road 408 toward Orlando.
Yeah, put extra time on our thing.
Use the right 2 lanes to take exit 265 on the right onto State Road 408 toward Orlando.
What? Got a road lit up?
Yeah.
Might have a lot of wrecks right here.
Maybe.
Keep right. In 2.2 miles, take exit 2 onto Good Homes Road.
Dang. I go this far to turn around. So you telling me you couldn't find a way to reroute us or have to turn around?
It's hard to see my bed.
What?
I'm excited to sleep in our bed. I don't know, that bed wasn't hitting. I did the first few times, but I think it's maybe we were tired.
Use the right lane to take exit 2 onto Good Homes Road. Take the exit, then turn right onto Good Homes Road. At the next light, turn right. At the light, use the right lane to turn onto Good Homes Road.
Dang, that's a far redirect.
Oh shit, it just took a picture of us.
Turn
We
right,
didn't pay.
then turn left.
Well, that said pay by. That's what that lane was.
Oh, it said not to stop.
Yeah.
Oh.
At the light, use the left lane to merge onto State Road 408 West.
Baby,
What?
watch your leg.
Oh, okay.
Hold up. shift the gears over.
Oh, did I?
Yeah. You hear it.
You do.
Ain't nobody in there. You went through 3 of them. All your fault. Got me going the wrong way.
Oh, for Tron, you gotta put your stuff in a locker.
Yeah. I think they tried to do like Guardians of the Galaxy. I don't think they was actually seeing don't record.
What, Guardians of the Galaxy?
Yeah.
It said, remember on the thing, it was like, do not
I think he was trying to be funny.
Oh, you think so?
Oh, he didn't come in and put it up.
That's true.
Yeah, watch your gear shift today. She's gonna have it going in reverse, y'all. Kind of just a curvy road.
Yeah.
I wonder maybe if it made us go all the way down that far because they was working on the roads. Maybe if they wouldn't have been working on the roads, it'd have been somewhere else to turn. Tostitos up and at it this morning.
Uh-huh.
Gotta get some chips delivered.
Well,
Yeah, they be rolling.
damn, you can't get that Orlando.
Yeah. Road work.
It's the same. Damn.
Now there's road work going on. Well, that's like a big city. They start working on it at night. My town, they work it. In our town, they work on it broad daylight. Dropping that compressor. My man. Wish we could listen to music, y'all, but I get a copyright strike.
Oh, shit. I'm about to say, why can't we listen to music? You listen to podcasts?
Yeah, we can. Round one. They got one headlight and they got one
It came south to get to my house instead of going, on the back streets instead of coming up Durham.
Rob lived 3 homes north of Denise on the same side of the street.
One headlight and one.
That's what he would have seen Denise's home before yours coming from the south, because you would have hit 2014 Norfolk Street visually before you got to your address.
Correct.
So that's why
Drove
you
right by it. Yeah.
So had he been coming a normal route,
Hold on,
as
I'm
we say,
trying to
from
find
north,
it.
he would have hit your home, and you both would have witnessed the fire together.
Correct. He definitely did not come on my house first. He definitely came. He was facing north. He was coming up the street from the south.
It seemed that Rob's friend would On July 8th, 2003, something happened deep in the woods behind a rural pasture in Arcadia, Florida.
What's the name of that?
Something deadly.
The death of John Wells.
Listen to like true crime podcast.
Doing chores on his family's farm, turned up dead, face down in a creek.
They just found a lot of water in the ditch near the house, and they're supposed to giving him CPR and saving him. He's been under there a long time. What was his name, your grandson?
And he keep making it over and over.
Beneath the surface of what initially came in as a tragic drowning was something far more sinister.
Hazard reported ahead at half a mile. You're still on the Baptist route.
Didn't tell me anything yet except for he was found, thought he drowned, now there's
I heard it was shot, but at that time I had no idea what it was.
Have you ever been spoken to by law enforcement?
This season on Counterclock, I'm turning back the hands of time to reinvestigate what really happened to 17-year-old John Wells.
None of it is what it came out as.
He didn't take himself over there. I don't believe that for a minute.
There's a distinct feeling that there is to be no access to any of this.
This investigation has forced me to reconsider everything I thought I knew about the victim and the people closest to him.
he seemed to be under his grandmother's thumb a lot and very afraid of conflict
This is monster.
wildest cases I've ever come across in all my crime junkie years.
Well,
And
it's
this
a
is what
YouTube
I-
channel that I actually listen to. This is monsters.
The friendship is sharing deal.
Because I want one of your McNuggets.
And I need something for the week. There's a deal for everyone at McDonald's. Get one flavor like 10-piece chicken McNuggets, a quarter pounder, or a Big Mac. Get another for just about the price of participation may vary. Valid for item of lesser value.
On December 14th, 1992, in the town of Manchester,
Oh, my door shut.
local
Seem
trio
down here.
Mary Sutcliffe, Michael Coop, and Margaret Coop were all given the fright of their lives while walking to work alongside of a highway. They spotted a badly hurt girl crawling across the road begging for help. They quickly ran over to help the young woman, and it was only when they did so that they realized the true severity of her injuries. Not only was she bruised and battered, but she was seriously burned as well. So bad were these burns that, despite being taken to nearby Withington Hospital,
I listened to
the
this.
girl would
I watched
ultimately
this
slip
YouTube,
into a
well,
coma and
I watch it on YouTube, but I'm actually listening to it because I got YouTube Premium.
Of course,
But
this left a
I
problem
listened to this
trying to
channel
identify her
on
as,
YouTube. I like
due to how
this.
badly she had been seared, only one fingerprint had survived. Luckily, though, that was enough to figure out her identity as being Suzanne Capper, a 16-year-old girl from the area who had effectively been burned alive and then left to suffer out her final moments in the worst pain imaginable. This is Monsters.
It can still go.
Why the heck is it so dark? So why the heck is it so dark?
I don't know, they're working on the road, but I don't see no street lights nowhere. Yo, people.
When Suzanne Capper was born on September 1st, 1976, it was a period where being in a working-class family from the north of England was not an easy life. This would only worsen as the 80s rolled around and Margaret Thatcher's rise to power saw much of the industry the area was built on crumble in front of their eyes. That was why, with jobs hard to come by and tensions rising high everywhere as a result, many couples ended up buckling under the pressure, this leading to a lot of children growing up in broken homes. And that was exactly what happened to both Suzanne and her older sister Michelle too, because when the latter was still a baby, her birth father would abandon both her sister, and her mother Elizabeth. From there, never having any further contact with his daughters again. Following that, things would only get more unstable for the family when a series of stepfathers would enter the youngsters' lives, each of which, with one notable exception, only ending up proving to be more transient than the last. Of course, that notable exception was John Capper, someone Elizabeth had met during her girl's later preteen years, and who, after a while, would become something of a surrogate father to them both. But even this relationship wasn't meant to last forever, and so, by 1990, John and Elizabeth would have decided to split as well. While the breakup was hard for each of them, it was arguably even harder on the kids, as now it felt much like they were losing a dad for the second time over. And to make matters worse, with their mother struggling under the weight of her own mental health, she became incapable of fulfilling her motherly duties for Suzanne and Michelle. Of course, with them still being minors in the eyes of the law and so needing someone to act as their caregiver, this meant they were temporarily placed in the care of the state authority for a while that summer. While these months marked a very difficult experience for them, particularly the younger of the two, once they were released from care later that year, there was hope things would improve. And that was because John Capper, the closest man to a father they'd ever known, took them into his home at 6 Bewley Walk, as, by now, he was the only adult in their life who was up to the task. But while he would try his best to be as good of a father figure as possible to their
Your car got a big hump on
much
the
of the
hood.
emotional damage they
You ever
suffered
noticed
had
that?
been done by
Yeah.
now, and ultimately he couldn't
You know the
stop
hood is
Suzanne from
low, that
starting
big
to
hump.
act out
Oh,
around that
God, I can
time.
see it.
How did she do so? Well, with her now entering her
Never
teenage
noticed
years and
it.
feeling abandoned by both of her birth parents, the younger of the two sisters would begin getting into trouble at school, primarily by not going. Like so many people her age who felt she was being failed by both the system and the people closest to her, the youngest Capper would start skipping classes on a regular basis and instead use her time to deal drugs to her peers. And when she wasn't doing that, she was also getting involved sister was a high-spirited, well-mannered girl who ultimately just wanted to be loved. And if we put her actions in this context, it makes it all fall into place a whole lot easier as, rather than just being a girl who was causing problems for the sake of it, she was instead in many ways someone who was crying out for attention with every bad move she made, desperately hoping that someone would notice her and feel for her. But with her being unable to find this at school, and with her for whatever reason feeling like she couldn't find this at home with her stepfather either, Suzanne would instead start spending more and more time with another woman she had known for a while, a woman named Jane Powell. Jane was a 26-year-old single mother of 3 who lived in the same area as the Capper family, and who had first met the sisters when Suzanne had a chance encounter with Jean's younger brother, Clifford Pook, one day in late 1990. As it would later be described, on that afternoon, Clifford had been sitting on the side of the road, dejected about an argument he had just had with his then-girlfriend. Being the naturally caring person Suzanne was, in spite of all her truant behavior, she approached the boy so as to see if he was okay. After that, the two became friends, and it wouldn't be long before the young woman was introduced to Clifford's sister Jane, a powerful character and someone who was able to dominate those around her with ease. Connecting with her so well at this point, Suzanne would stay in regular contact with Jane as she felt like she was one of the few people in the world who could truly understand her. In fact, not only would she become a friend of hers, she would even babysit her kids for free on a regular basis, with her reason being that it allowed her more time away from home and gave her a chance to be in an environment where she felt comfortable and loved. That said, for as much as it may have seemed to be a caring environment to Suzanne, Jean was far from a loving woman. No, she was someone who knew exactly what she was doing, and that was exploiting a lost young girl looking for someone to take care of her. Over the next couple of years, she turned the young woman into one of her top drug dealers. The drugs Suzanne was selling were regularly being sourced through her new friend, and so, as a result of this, she basically became an employee of the single mother on 2 levels. One as a babysitter, and the other as an accomplice to a crime. And this tied the two together even more closely then, because as time went on and she began feeling less and less happy at home with her stepfather, the youngest of the Capper sisters would start effectively living at Jean's house at nearby 97 Langworthy Road full-time. But it wasn't like she had a great setup there either, because with 4 people already living in the dilapidated 2-bedroom home located only 7 minutes away from her stepfather's, Suzanne was forced to sleep on a makeshift bed in the downstairs dining room as there was nowhere else she could lay her head at night. Still though, she enjoyed being there so much that it didn't really matter to her. And it didn't stop her sister Michelle from staying there with her for a time too, because, with her also feeling disillusioned over the direction of her own life at this point, she'd become a frequent fixture at the Powell's household as well. At a certain point, Michelle would begin pulling away from the social circle which was developing there when it became apparent to her that some of the people who were becoming part of it were, in her own words, evil new friends. As for Suzanne, however, she had no such qualms, and so, instead, she continued to spend the majority of her time there, skipping school on an even more regular basis now as she got to know Jane, all while she was also becoming familiar with another close associate of the family, Bernadette McNeely. Bernadette was a neighbor of the Powells, someone who lived only 3 doors down, and so was a regular fixture in the household as a result. But while Jean had initially seemed to be somewhat protective of Suzanne on account of her value as a worker, if nothing else, Bernadette wouldn't have the same temperament when it came to this relative newcomer into the situation. No, she would be outright hostile to the young woman, in fact, something which wasn't helped by the fact that, when she moved into the house herself soon thereafter, she'd be forced to share that makeshift dining room bed with Suzanne during the night. As time went on, the verbal abuse and overall bullying she inflicted upon Suzanne would start becoming so normalized that even Jean began getting involved. It's unclear why Jean followed along, but what we do know is that she clearly saw more value in keeping Bernadette close, so it benefited her more to take her side in such matters. Yes, like a true sociopath, Jean Powell was always a woman who assessed any given situation and looked at it from the point of view of how she could make it work best for herself. even if this meant hurting someone else in the process. And that then would see things only get worse for Suzanne as the weeks and months went on, because now without her sister there to help her out whenever required, she'd be ripe for the picking as far as her abusers were concerned, with this including them pulling her out of school full-time and having her take up work as a cleaner at a local insurance company in the city center of Manchester. When Michelle and John Capper eventually found out about this, as well as the fact that Suzanne was only getting to keep £5 a week out of her wages, they confronted Jean and demanded that she stop exploiting their kid. At that point, though, Jean reportedly became so defensive and so angry that she threatened to burn the Cappers' house down should they ever come to her door and speak to her in such a manner again. So this begs the question, why didn't they just forcibly remove Suzanne from the situation at that point by calling the police? Well, it wasn't as simple as that, because by the autumn of 1992, Suzanne had turned 16 and so, under UK law, was considered an adult who was legally able to make decisions for herself. Decisions which included where she wanted to live and whether or not she wanted to continue going to school. Given the circumstances she was living in, why didn't she herself want to leave? Well, that's also a complicated question, because having been indoctrinated fully into the household by then, Suzanne was apparently happy with her living situation, despite how grim it might have appeared to an outsider. That's right, as anyone who's ever lived in an abusive relationship, be it romantic or platonic, will tell you, once you've effectively been brainwashed by your abuser into thinking this is the only path you can have in life, it's very hard to get out of that mindset, and so quickly you'll begin to accept it as a good thing and try to justify it to yourself. As her sister Michelle would also later put it, in fact, quote, "It was not that Suzanne was scared of them, it was just that she would do anything for them. She pampered their every whim." This feeling of hero worship would only continue to grow from there, even as more and more people entered the situation and the power dynamic shifted even further into the abuser's favor. It wasn't only Jean and Bernadette who were lording their control over this young woman after a while, because soon Glenn Powell, Jeffrey Lee, and Anthony Dudson were all getting involved as well. Glenn was the ex-husband of Jean, and while the two hadn't been together for some time by that point, they still remained on good terms, enough to where he'd be a frequent visitor to her home. As for Jeffrey and Anthony, they were romantic partners of Jean and Bernadette respectively, and so, as a result of this, they'd also be regular fixtures around the house. On top of that, eventually Clifford Pook, the brother of Jean who had first put her in contact with Suzanne, would also start coming around more and more. And with this communal atmosphere growing, it led to wild drug-fueled parties often being thrown. One of these, in fact, would take place in late November of 1992. A night which, as far as Suzanne Capper was concerned, at least initially felt like any other evening. However, this would change when, during the party, a friend of a friend who had joined them named Mohammed Yusuf would take a liking to Jean. Seeing this, Suzanne attempted to convince her friend she should sleep with him as he seemed like a decent guy and was attractive enough. Unfortunately, though, while Suzanne felt this way about the newcomer, her friend didn't see things the same way. No, she would have great suggestion, or, as she would later put it, not only trying to make her go with an Arab, but also trying to sleep with a man for money, something there's no evidence to suggest Suzanne was telling her friend to do. And it wouldn't just be verbal abuse Suzanne would be on the receiving end of as a result of this faux pas. Far from it, in fact, because over the next 4 days, she would be held at the Powell house against her will and given the beating of a lifetime by Jean.
Lucky Land Casino asking people what's the weirdest
In my dentist's office. More than once, actually. Do I have to say?
Yes, you do.
In the car. Before my kid's PTA meeting.
Really?
Yes.
Excuse me, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
I never win and tell.
Well, there you have it. You can get lucky anywhere playing at LuckyLandSlots.com. Play for free right now. Are you feeling lucky?
Of course, with even her realizing this was a step more than she was willing to take, Suzanne would report the incident to neighbors soon thereafter in hopes that they'd be able to help. Ultimately, though, for one reason or another, those neighbors chose not to believe her story. And as if that wasn't bad enough, when she showed up at her estranged mother's door with a black eye later that same day, asking if she could stay with her as it was the only place she felt safe anymore, she would be rejected outright. In fact, Elizabeth Capper would even go as far as to tell her daughter that the reason she didn't want her to stay there was because it would have made her current boyfriend unhappy. The old Diane Downs scenario, when your partner doesn't like kids and you choose them over your own children. The reaction of her mother, combined with the silver tongue of her abusers, eventually led Suzanne to believing she'd overreacted and that things had not gotten as out of hand as she'd first thought, with her returning to the Powell household. And all that just serves yet another reminder that, when you're in an abusive relationship, all logic can often go out the window, as the person who's on the receiving end of it will regularly come up with every justification they can as to re-enter the situation. At least Suzanne would make a step in the right direction at that point, though, because, as a result of the incident, she stopped living with Gene Powell full-time and even began going back to stay at her stepfather's house on certain nights of the week. But even if she was no longer there 24/7, she still felt the pull towards her second home as, despite everything, in her mind that was where her real family was. Of course, whenever she did return to Gene's house, she would now be forced to put up with an increasing number of incidents, each of which seeming to get more and more extreme than the last. In one case, for example, after Bernadette, Anthony, Glenn, and Gene all contracted pubic lice, they immediately blamed Suzanne, telling her that Bernadette must have gotten it from sleeping in the same bed as her. Sure, there was nothing to suggest that that was true, but to the increasingly aggressive group, it didn't matter. No, to them all that mattered was the punishment. So this is why, over the hours which followed, they forced the young woman to get naked in front of them and shave off all of her pubic hair. Then, only a few days later, in what turned out to be the final straw for Jean, she had become convinced that Suzanne had stolen a pink duffel coat worth about 60 pounds which belonged to her, and so as a punishment, more drastic action would have to be taken. In the end, the breaking point between bullying and full-blown murder was less than 100 pounds, and that's what makes this case all the more tragic because, with such little value being placed on human life by her eventual killers, it shines an even sadder light on her decision to trust them and stick with them even after all they put her through prior. At the time, she had no idea her end was coming. She had actually believed the situation was improving because, on December 7, 1992, both Gene Powell and Bernadette McNeely appeared at John Capper's door and invited his stepdaughter to a party they were throwing. And to sweeten the deal and make sure she appeared at the party, they explained that a boy she had a crush on was going to be there. So, despite the pleas of her stepdad and her sister to cut ties with their friends, Suzanne would agree to go back to Gene's house with them to the party, only to find out once she got there that she had been tricked. There was no party and there was no boy waiting for Suzanne once she went through the front door of 97 Langworthy Road that evening. Instead, what she was met with was Anthony immediately grabbing her and pushing her down to the ground. While she was being held down, Glenn stepped in with a razor and began shaving the young woman's head and eyebrows, all before making her pick up all of the hair off the floor and throw it into the trash. But that wouldn't be the end of the humiliation this time around, because, now with her face completely shaved, Suzanne would have a plastic bag placed over her head by Glenn as he began walking her around the house like a dog while continually striking her across the skull. After that, both Jean and Bernadette started kicking her in the torso, causing her once more to fall to the ground in an attempt to protect herself. Unfortunately, there was no protection to be found for Suzanne inside that particular house on that particular day, because, while she was curled up on the floor, the two women who had invited her over picked up a 3-foot-long wooden pole and a belt, from there using both of them to lash and strike at the defenseless young woman. Then, just as she had been forced to do before, Suzanne would be taken to the bathroom where she was forced to strip naked and shave her pubic hair off all over again. Following that, in the final insult for the evening, Suzanne would be taken upstairs and locked inside a cupboard where she would spend the rest of the night panicked and fearful for her life, unable to get a wink of sleep with no opportunity to free herself. But even if at some point during the long night, she might have been able to take solace in the fact that a good night's sleep for the others might help to cool them down, This turned out to not be the case as,
they
on
don't
the
see
morning
no
of
rider.
December 8th, things would start back up again, this time worse than before. Rather than her punishment being based around shame and humiliation, things would instead progress to a level of outright torture. That's right, after daring to keep Jean's children up all night with her crying while locked away inside a cupboard, the group decided they needed to move Suzanne to the downstairs back room where she'd be tied spread eagle with an electrical cable to an upturned bed. What followed on from that would be so gruesome that it's hard to even imagine it actually taking place. Basically, over the next 5 days, Suzanne would remain tied to that same bed while also being blindfolded and gagged, unable to move and completely at the whim of her captors. And unfortunately for her, her captors had very bad intentions, with this becoming clear when they started regularly beating her, burning her with cigarettes, and even injecting her with amphetamines as to make sure she stayed awake. As a way of also keeping her alert and fully aware of what was happening to her, loud electronic music would be played through headphones strapped to her ears at full volume over and over again, with one of these songs, Hi, I'm Chucky Wanna Play, becoming particularly noteworthy later on account of its reference to the villain in the movie Child's Play. And that wouldn't be the only reference to Chucky either, as it happened, because whenever each torture session commenced across this nearly week-long period, Bernadette always began by entering the room and speaking the phrase, quote, Chucky's coming to
2 miles. Continue on 575.
But where were Clifford and Jeffrey at this point? Well, despite being regular fixtures at the Powell house prior to that, neither of them had taken part in the kidnapping or torture, and there was no reason to believe they even knew such a thing was going on. This would all change, however, when they showed up at Jean's front door one morning that week, and from there were immediately let in on what was going on. Of course, had they any kind of humanity at this point, they surely would have found a way to try to free Suzanne. Or if that wasn't possible, at least find a way to get out of the situation themselves, then immediately go to the police. Instead of doing that, they decided to take part in the torture, with Clifford in particular taking great pleasure in pulling 2 of his former friends' teeth out with a pair of pliers. It probably doesn't need to be explained that there was no anesthetic used, and instead, every inch of the excruciating pain would be felt by his victim. More so than it should, in fact, because after a failed first attempt which saw him snap one of her teeth in half, he'd then dig right into the nerve endings, causing him to laugh with glee as she screamed in agony. And this wasn't all he was taking
Continue on 575.
part in torture-wise either, because with Suzanne having been laying in the same bed for days now, she'd understandably urinated and defecated all over herself. So in a sadistic attempt
300 miles. Continue straight.
to clean her up, Clifford, Jeffrey, and a number of the others would place the girl into a bath containing concentrated disinfectant, where she was scrubbed so hard with a stiff brush that portions of her skin were removed. As for the skin which remained following the cleaning, that would be horribly burned by the disinfectant. By then, things had reached a point where the pain and torture was so unimaginable, Suzanne may very well have welcomed the release of death. But that almost didn't happen because there were a couple of occasions during her captivity in which she was almost freed. The first of them occurred when 19-year-old David Hill, someone else who had been an occasional guest at the Powell house, was asked to sit in and look after something while the others went out for a while. Of course, prior to getting there, he had no idea what was awaiting him, so when he arrived and heard Anthony shouting, quote, "Shut up, you slag," from another room, only for him to then be shown that same room where Suzanne was bound and near death, he immediately panicked. As he would later put it, by that point she was lying face up with a cloth placed over her face covering her eyes and nose. On top of that, there was dried blood on her lip, likely as a result of the impromptu dental work which had been done on her previously. Still, afraid of what might happen to him if he didn't agree to go along with what he was told to do, David told the others that he'd watch over their victim while they went out to get some supplies. And while in hindsight, it's easy to say he should have waited until they had gone and freed the young woman himself, he was clearly far too fearful of the repercussions. Even when she directly asked him to set her free, in fact, he was unable to do so. But that's understandable given what he had just seen. and means that he can probably be put off to the side somewhat when it comes to culpability in the crime. Still, what makes this missed opportunity all the worse was that while it was happening, two of the eventual killers, Jeffrey and Anthony, were digging the knife in even further by going as far as to visit Paula Barlow, the fiancée of Suzanne's sister, Michelle. With the full knowledge of what was going on back at Jean's home, they would act innocent while they helped Paul fix up his car. If they had any sense of guilt over what was happening, they could have ended it all in one fell swoop by giving the girl's future brother-in-law a chance to put it all to a stop. And this was something he himself would struggle with when he learned this after the fact, with him later going on record as saying, quote, "They could have told me there and then. The door would have been kicked down and I would have gotten Suzanne out. I did not think they were capable of such savagery. Now all I want is 10 minutes with them in a back room." But this opportunity would never come for Paul or any of the other members of the Capper family because, during the early hours of December 14th, the 6 kidnappers would finally decide they had had enough of punishing their victim and that it was time to draw things to a close. Unfortunately for Suzanne, though, given what they had done to her, there was no way they were going to be able to let her go at this point. No, instead they would have to make sure she never spoke to anyone about what had occurred during that week, and this would necessitate killing her. Of course, had they really wanted to at this point, they could have at least ended the young woman's suffering quickly, but still wanting to offer one pain-filled blow to her before her life was snuffed out, they came up with a method which they felt would inflict maximum cruelty on her. This is when they packed Suzanne's beaten and barely living body into the trunk of a stolen white Fiat Panda and drove 15 miles or 24 kilometers out of the city into a narrow and quiet lane at Wormouth Low on the outskirts of Stockport. And knowing full well what was coming next, Bernadette, Anthony, and both Jean and Glenn, the only 4 who could fit in the car, would reportedly giggle the entire way there. As for the girl locked in their trunk, however, there would be nothing for her to laugh about because, while she likely had no idea about the full severity of what was to come, she could probably tell her end was near. This would all be confirmed when the 4 arrived at their destination soon thereafter, with them pulling Suzanne out of the trunk all before pushing her down an embankment into a patch of brambles and dousing her with fuel. Perhaps the most horrifying detail to come out of all of this, however, was that, from there, it took 3 attempts for Bernadette to use a lighter to get the fuel to ignite, meaning that in her darkest hour, Suzanne would suffer the final indignity of having the whole thing stretched out so as to create added fear and dread. But at least that wouldn't stretch out for too long because, after a few aborted shots at lighting the girl up, Glenn and Anthony stepped in and took control of the situation, quickly setting fire to Suzanne. And as they all watched her burn, Bernadette, in yet another moment of sadistic cruelty, would take to singing the Tramp's 1976 hit Disco Inferno, giving particular emphasis to the lyrics "Burn Baby Burn." As for the others, while they wouldn't sing along, they would watch on happily as, in the words of Anthony himself, quote, "She went straight up in flames and was screaming. The flames lit up the whole forest." Still, at least one of them did seem to have a mild twinge of conscience at this point, as, the way Jean would later describe it at the trial, quote, "I saw a flash. I turned around and looked and saw Suzanne in flames. She was screaming. I was numb. I was scared." Of course, this was said during a time when she was likely hoping to get sympathy from a jury, and so the honesty of it should be taken with a grain of salt. At the very least, we can say that she made no attempt to put out the flames then, as, instead, the foursome would watch Suzanne burn for a while, all before getting bored and leaving her to go buy some alcohol for the trip home. What they didn't account for, however, was that, after they left, their victim would somehow still be clinging to life. And that's what led to her dragging herself to a highway where she'd be discovered by Barry Sutcliffe and Michael and Margaret Coop, with them quickly taking her to a house nearby where the elderly couple living there let them in and attempted to soothe her wounds as best they could.
Lucky Land Casino asking people, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
Lucky? In line at the deli, I guess. Like my dentist's office. More than once, actually. Do I have to say?
Yes, you do.
In the car before my kid's PTA meeting.
Really?
Yes.
Excuse me, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
I never win and tell.
Well, there you have it. You can get lucky anywhere playing at LuckyLandSlots.com. Play for free right now. Are you feeling lucky? 18 plus.
give Suzanne a glass of water after she'd requested one. Not that she could drink it under her own power anymore, though. No, instead the glass had to be held to her lips, as by then she was severely weakened and both her hands looked like ash. On top of that, her legs would later be described as resembling raw meat, with her feet being badly charred as well. Still though, she would remain surprisingly polite to those who had helped her, with her going out of her way to thank them for what they were doing. When the ambulance came soon afterward to rush her to the hospital, they could at least say they'd tried everything they could. Sadly though, this wouldn't be enough because, with severe burns covering 80% of her body, so much so that when her family later showed up at the hospital to see her, they were unable to recognize her at first. She would ultimately die just 4 days later of multiple organ failure. But before she passed away, she was able to name the people who had tortured and set her on fire, and following that, it wouldn't take long for the authorities to show up at Jean's door, where they found a complete and utter mess waiting for them. Upon entry, the police were met with a living room that was littered with trash, drug paraphernalia, and stolen car parts. But that wasn't all they found, because after a quick search of the property, a pair of bloody pliers, as well as Susan Capper's hair and teeth, would be discovered in the trash. Still though, even with this overwhelming evidence against them, the 6 kidnappers would at first deny any wrongdoing in the incident. That was until Anthony Dudson's father, learning more about the crime now, urged his son to come clean, as it was the only way he would ever be able to purge his soul. So, with him being the first to crack and spill the beans about the week prior, officers at the scene would be so disturbed about the details they were learning that a number of them were reportedly moved to tears. Not everyone felt emotional about the situation though, because, still feeling no remorse over their actions, Jean Powell and Bernadette McNeely would laugh and joke with each other as they were being arrested. However, that would change once it became apparent that they were each facing life sentences behind bars, as after realizing that, they began turning on one another, with each blaming the other for being the instigator of the crime. On top of that, no one would admit to being the one who had started the fatal fire. No, instead they all claimed they tried to talk the others out of doing so. And perhaps realizing she was the most culpable of all given the majority of the torture had happened under her own roof, Jean would go one step further by claiming that she was actually trying to help Suzanne. How was she doing this, you may wonder? Well, when she locked her in the cupboard early on during the week, she claimed that she was doing so to protect her from further beatings by her associates. So why not just let her go? It doesn't make sense. Of course, once Bernadette got wind of Jean's defense, she decided to try something similar herself, claiming that she had been the one to inject their victim with amphetamines, but only because if she hadn't, the alternative would have been for Suzanne to be shot up with a fatal dose of heroin. Needless to say though, few people believed their story, and there would be little sympathy for any of the defendants in the public consciousness, as when the trial began the following month, each felt their collective hatred firmly being lodged against them. In fact, such a massive public outcry would there be over this murder, the British media could focus on little else for weeks after the fact. For their part though, rather than focus on the tragedy which had occurred, they'd use the incident to mostly turn the whole thing into yet another case of stoking the fires of moral panic, with them using the story to demonize the working classes everywhere for their apparent willingness to fall into a life of violent crime given the lack of other opportunities they had available to them. The suggestion that a case like this could be applied to all working class households was patently incorrect at best, and downright offensive at worst. And it wasn't the only case of the public getting the blame for the actions of one group, because, as well as blaming the working class, certain media sources would also add to this circus by arguing it was a case of girl gang culture run amok in modern-day Britain. Again though, this logic ignored the fact that the majority of the people involved in this situation were men, and it has since been criticized as an example of sexism and double standards from the British tabloid media. When that line of creating outrage failed to stick, the news would move on to another scapegoat, the infamous video nasties, a series of horror movies which had been banned from being viewed in the country during the 80s on account of their perceived ultra-violence. And the reason this became a talking point was because, while she had been inflicting torture on her victim, Bernadette would regularly quote and play songs using sound bites from the once banned movie Child's Play. Of course, there has never been any reason to suggest that violent movies are linked to violent crimes in any real way other than the fact that a person who is already in this state of mind might more easily be drawn towards watching them. In the end, all this blame shifting and speculation, as poorly judged and badly handled as it may have been, was nothing more than an attempt to try and understand how anyone could be willing to commit such an unspeakable act on another human being. But the sad and terrifying reality is that there often aren't any simple answers to questions like these, a fact which ultimately left everyone involved forever troubled as they were forced to confront their inability to come to terms with it. In lieu of being able to do that, they would instead have to focus their anger on getting justice for Suzanne, something which was made a whole lot easier when a report of Home Office pathologist Dr. William Lawler stated that, as a result of her burns, there was no way this young woman would ever have been able to survive. On top of that, there was little chance her killers would be able to plead insanity either, as, according to a psychological report carried out on them while they were awaiting trial, it would be deemed that they were all perfectly sane, frighteningly so in fact given what they had done. This meant that there was little hope that they wouldn't be convicted of first-degree murder, but luckily for them, as this crime took place in the UK, the death penalty was not an option. That didn't mean they wouldn't each be eligible to spend the rest of their lives behind bars, something the prosecution were hoping to achieve by the time the trial was over. And the judge appointed to the case evidently shared those sentiments as, after a brief trial where he described the case as being, quote, as appalling a murder as is possible to imagine, he delivered separate sentences to all 6 of the defendants involved, with the worst of these being saved for the 3 who were deemed to be the ringleaders, Bernadette McNeely, Jean Powell, and Glenn Powell. With these 3 getting the brunt of the blame, they each received life behind bars, which in UK law meant a minimum of 25 years and a maximum of 65. As for the others, despite being found guilty on the same 3 counts, Anthony Dodson would get a slightly lesser sentence because, while he was to be detained on an indefinite basis, he'd be eligible for parole after 18 years. When it came to the other 2, Jeffrey Lee and Clifford Pook, as they had not been there at the planning stages of the kidnapping and had evidently not taken part in the actual murder itself, they were given even more leniency. But that wasn't to say they got off scot-free, of course. No, after pleading guilty to false imprisonment, but later being acquitted of both conspiracy to commit grievous bodily harm and murder, Jeffrey would be sentenced to 12 years in prison. Clifford would get a similar deal, with his sentence being increased to 15 years as he was deemed to have, at least in part, been involved in the conspiracy to commit grievous bodily harm when he pulled Suzanne's teeth out with a pair of pliers. With the law having been laid down and everything settled, family and friends who were there at the trial would cheer and applaud over the judge's decision. Then, once they had a chance to let these emotions out, they watched as all 6 of the convicted were shipped away to various prisons where they began their lengthy stays serving at Her Majesty's request. Of course, that wouldn't be the end of the story though, because over the years a number of the killers would attempt to appeal their court's decision. And in the case of Jeffrey Lee, this would see him successfully be able to get his prison time reduced from 12 years to 9 years in November of 1999. And he wasn't the only one who had success either, as in 2002, Anthony Dodson, despite being one of the worst offenders of the group, would get his sentence reduced from 18 years to 16 years. As if that wasn't enough, in 2012, Bernadette McNeely successfully managed to get her sentence reduced by 1 year when she was deemed to have acted like a model prisoner throughout her stay behind bars, something which served as a final slap in the face to Suzanne Capper in the minds of many. And this means that, as of 2023, 3 out of the 6 killers are now free men and women once more, as Jeffrey, Clifford, and Bernadette have all served their time. But while for the former 2, there was little that could be done to keep them in prison anymore as their sentences were up, the decision to let Bernadette back out on the streets on parole was a controversial one. The reason this was so controversial, despite the obvious, was because, while in prison, she had allegedly been having an affair with the prison governor at the time, Mike Martin. On top of that, she was also rumored to have shared a romance with Mira Hindley, one of Britain's most notorious killers, as the two had shared a wing alongside another infamous figure, Rosemary West. Given her choice of companionship and her cozying up to the prison governor, many were left wondering if she was indeed rehabilitated and safe to be let out on the streets again. As of now, she's yet to do anything to get her parole revoked as far as we know, because she's now living a new life under a new name at an undisclosed location somewhere in the UK. But what of the other three? Well, they're still in prison to this day. And if Graham Stringer, the local MP for Blackley and Broughton, has anything to do with it, none of these three will ever get released from prison. No, with the scars of what happened still living on to this day, he's made it his mission to make sure the family of Suzanne Capper continues to get justice by keeping the people who killed her behind bars. But that's not the only way her legacy is being honored, because her family continues to keep her name alive on social media, even now. And in doing so, they're reminding everyone that she was a very special girl, someone who may have had her own problems in life, but who was good in her soul and who always made sure to find a solution to whatever obstacles were put in front of her. In the words of her mother, in fact, quote, Suzanne was very forgiving, but she was also a girl who had tried to sort out her problems on her own. That's what she did in the end. She survived her ordeal long enough to name every single one of them. In the end, despite it all, despite the torture she'd been put through and the misery she'd endured, Suzanne Capper was still strong enough to make sure the monsters responsible were caught, making her one of the rare people who managed to solve her own murder. If you're the victim of domestic abuse, please reach out to someone for help. Please talk to your local shelter, or call the National Domestic Abuse Hotline at 1-800-799-SAFE. That's 1-800-799-7233. Or you can go to thehotline.org to chat with someone online. This website is set up so that at any time, hitting the escape key twice will take you to a Google search page. That way, if your abuser is nearby, you won't get caught seeking help. If you're having feelings of harming yourself or someone else, or even just need someone to talk to, please contact your local mental health facility, call 911, or call the National Suicide Prevention Hotline by simply dialing 988 in the United States. They're available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and will talk to you about any mental health issue you may be facing. Thanks so much for letting me tell you this story. If you enjoyed it, subscribe on whatever platform you're on, hit like, rate us, or leave us a comment. You can also check out our other show, Somewhere Sinister, on YouTube or anywhere that you listen to podcasts. If you'd like to support the show, check out our new merch at Teespring. The link is in the description. Thanks again, and be safe.
Mary raked in a $50,000 cash prize playing children.
Orlando Health, we do. When emergencies happen, Orlando Health is ready 24/7. We're home to the region's only Level 1 trauma center, and our team of expert board-certified emergency physicians and specially trained ER nurses can provide life-saving care for all ages at 14 locations. Be relieved. Visit orlandohealth.com/ER. Orlando Health. Choose well.
right.
Public Policy Channel program from the Goldman School of Public Policy at UC Berkeley. Visit us at www.uctv.tv/public-policy for more discussion on solutions for the good of all.
Dr. Barbara Williams Skinner and Representative Barbara Lee will today talk about how the Black Church has helped to build electoral power.
You know what this is?
This is a sacred story, and they'll tell it that way with a clear eye toward the practical lessons for right now. Representative Lee is a senior member of the House of Representatives. She was chair of the Black Caucus. She is now chair of the Foreign Affairs Appropriations Subcommittee. She'll be joining us by phone. She was going to be on the video conference, but then the House called an unexpected vote. And so she'll be joining us by phone on her way to vote. Dr. Barbara Williams Skinner is head of the Skinner Institute, also co-convener of the National African American Clergy Network. She's a spiritual advisor to members of Congress and a policy and political advisor to many clergy across the country. In the elections of 2020, she recruited 600 clergy to serve as chaplains at polling stations where there was reason to fear voter suppression or violence.
Don't got that many episodes.
In the end, there was very little violence at polling stations in 2020.
I said, that's fine. We'll find something else.
And that is partly due
As well as
to the good work of Dr. Barbara Williams Skinner.
Thank you. First of all, do not hold me accountable for what the members of Congress do. I just pray for them. I obviously have very little influence, all right? But I am really grateful to be here, and I will say at the outset that it is impossible to kind of tell you how excited I am that you're interested. When I was at Berkeley, nobody was interested in God, let alone the Black Church. Okay. Okay. So, and I was an agnostic at the time, so that's my crowd. I was 1 month of prayer away from joining the Black Panther Party, so you know I am like really saved. Okay. Thank you, David, for you've been just such a friend in this whole journey. That the Black Church is not a perfect institution. That's a lot of flaws. So when we talk about its power, it doesn't mean that there are areas to fix. And when we talk about the Black Church, we're really talking about Protestant churches that basically minister to mostly African Americans. That they're not all the same in politics, they're not all the same in liturgy, they're not all the same in the ways they worship or view the world. They're not all politically active. But as a whole, when we talk about the Black Church, that's what we mean. And when we talk about electoral politics, we're talking about how you leverage your authority, your power on public policies. Ultimately, that's what you're talking about. When you want to go deeper than that, you're talking about the perks. You're talking about who gets what part of the federal budget. Okay, that's what we're really talking about. So over the next couple of hours, first we're going to talk about the historical perspective, because we're really talking about a 402-year history boiled down. I actually need to give you a couple of pictures because it's so hard to boil this down, but I will do my very best. So for the next half an hour, we'll just talk about the historical perspective, and I'll give you a way of thinking about it. So that period will be from 1619 to really almost the Civil Rights Movement, and that period that we call the First Reconstruction. And then we'll talk, secondly, about this what we call the modern day Civil Rights Movement. That period is called the Second Reconstruction. Reconstruction meaning reconstructing the way that African Americans are included as full citizens in America. That's what that means. And that will take us all the way up almost to the Obama period when we meet, because they went 315. And then we'll talk hopefully with Barbara Lee. I've got my phone on. They're voting. So, she owes me one. I owe her one. So so I'm praying that she texted me and said they're still on. Because I want to talk to her. She's a congresswoman for that district. She's got a lot to say about how she engages and her philosophy, her underlying, what moves her to be in the space that she's in, one of the most progressive members of Congress. What are her guiding spiritual or political principles? We should ask her that. And then we like to end thinking about where you are and what would you do? You had an assumption.
It's 1964 in England. I Want to Hold Your Hand by the Beatles is blaring from store windows, and Rolling Stones posters are plastered everywhere. The men all have bold I got this far by not listening to anyone and by believing that all the good ideas I stole from people were actually mine. So don't worry about it. Welcome to your Roundabout. I'm Sarah Marshall. As always, yesterday, today, and tomorrow. This week, I am so happy to tell you that we are learning about Beanie Babies with Jamie Loftus, two of my favorite entities on this planet. We are getting into the holiday season. Actually, we're right in the thick of it, I would say. And I really wanted to get into the sort of child's play, corporate possession, sinister fat toy angle of it all, and talk about Beanie Babies, because I have skin in this game. I was the kind of child whose innocence was corrupted by collector's guidebooks that told me to save my Princess Diana beanie bear in a clear acrylic box, and it haunts me to this day. I love anything that she does in podcasts. She makes me excited for what's happening in our medium because of her, and excited to get to work with her whenever I can. She was here a lot about this time last year talking with me about the Amityville Horror and the Warrens, the inspiration for the hit haunted house horror movie series The Conjuring. She has a recent podcast series called Ghost Church. She's done a lot of short series that are all amazing, and she is the co-host of Bechtel
bonus episodes. We have one out just recently about Fleetwood Mac and the recording of Rumors, and you can do that on Apple Plus subscriptions or Patreon, or spend that money on a nice fan toy from your childhood that probably is very cheap on eBay right now. Let's get into the episode. Don't buy any possessed toys. Don't become possessed by the spirit of cat. Welcome to You're Wrong About, the podcast where we tell you why your beanie elephant didn't appreciate the way you thought it would. And with me is Jamie Loftus.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi. How are you?
I'm good. I'm very excited to talk about one of life's great passions, Beanie Babies.
I want to share with you the cursed beverage that I will be drinking through this episode. I found at Safeway last night. I don't know if you can read this.
Oh, I haven't seen this one. Mountain Dew Fruit Quake. They did it again.
It's flavored Mountain Dew.
Oh my God. Have you cracked it yet?
No, I have been waiting for this moment. I think that Fruit Quake flavored Mountain Dew is like,
I didn't know that
embodies this show in a sense, because these are two of the most maligned flavors in America. So let's crack her open.
All right, let's see what she's got.
It's good. It does not taste like fruitcake. It tastes like a maraschino cherry.
Ooh, it's got like Shirley Temple energy about it?
Yes.
Okay.
And so, Jamie.
Yes.
Who are you? What do you do? You can talk about your work and also just about completely random stuff. All of it will be great.
Okay, so I'm a comedian and a podcaster, and I've written on TV, but that's not relevant to the discussion. So I've made a bunch of podcasts. I do the Bechtelcast with my friend Caitlin Durante, which you've been a guest on. It's a feminist movie podcast. And then I do a bunch of investigative stuff. So I made a show called My Year in Mensa, which is about what it sounds like. I infiltrated Mensa for a year, and it went terribly.
And yet produced an amazing podcast. It's like the Fitzcarraldo of podcasts, like horrible time, great podcast.
You know, the cost versus benefit, unclear. So I've also done shows about the legacy of Lolita. That was also not a very fun one. The legacy of Kathy Comics, much more fun. Mm-hmm. I did a show called Ghost Church this year that was about community of psychics who live in Central Florida, and I'm writing a book about hot dogs. So a lot of topics flying around.
So, what is a Beanie Baby?
Okay, so a Beanie Baby was a really popular, originally American, but it became popular across the world, beanbag plush toy that was released in the early 1990s. People liked them because they were a little understuffed, so they were very like posable and cute. They became huge collector's items. So they were just basically these like cute $5 toys, but you couldn't get them at a Walmart. You couldn't get them at any big box store. You could only get them at like small Hallmarky kind of gift stores. And so people viewed them as kind of collector's items. They became super popular as the 90s went on. And then pretty much 2000 on the dot, this huge popular secondary market crashed. And as far as the general public is concerned, they're never heard from again. Although it's not quite true. There was this kind of myth that spread that they were really valuable. And like, oh, you know, if your mom
loves you,
puts your family into debt and loves you and buys all these Beanie Babies, she's going to be able to send you to college by reselling them on eBay later.
What a wonderful dream. Like, of course we believed that. It's like,
right.
You know, like it's something that normally only adult men get to do, and it's available to little kids.
Exactly. So you remember speculating about Beanie Babies as a kid. Mm-hmm. Do you ever remember like playing with one?
No.
I don't think kids played with Beanie Babies. They like didn't.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. And I was, you know, also a kid who like, I wasn't allowed to have candy when I was little. So when candy became available to me, it just tasted too sweet. It was like too much. But the point is that when I was a kid, I would come home with my Halloween candy
and I would eat like 3 pieces of candy, and then I would like count the rest of them and arrange them by type and arrange them by color and just sort of like revel in this commodity that I had. So by the time Beanie Babies came around, I was just like, all right, no fucking around with these Beanie Babies. We're going to put the little acrylic tag protectors on the tags. I had the little acrylic boxes for the bears.
Yeah, the plastic boxes. So much waste associated with Beanie Babies.
Yeah, so much plastic in addition to the beanies themselves. And so I had this feeling that it would be like really foolish to play with a beanie. And I think actually the first like 2 beanies I got, I cut the tags off and like treated as toys. And then I was like, what a foolish child I was. Now I'm 8 and I would never do such a thing. In retrospect, it's like kind of chilling to think about how Scrooge McDuck-like my behavior became around them.
Should I get into the story of Beanie Babies?
Yeah, I feel like we've established what they are. They're filled with little plastic beans, I guess. That's why they're called that.
PVC pellets.
Yeah, I guess they couldn't call them pellet pals. That doesn't have quite a ring to it. They're like hacky sacks with features.
They're little anthropomorphized hacky sacks. They have these iconic little, if you don't remember them, they have these little red heart-shaped tags that say Ty, and there's a little poem on the inside of every Beanie Baby.
Of course.
The man who starts the business is named Ty, which I think a lot of people don't know that the little heart-shaped tag that says Ty, that's just the name of the guy who started the company.
I remember this being very confusing, and I and a bunch of other kids who I knew believed that it was like a copyright logo.
Right.
That it was like, there's TM, so there's obviously also TY, like that was what we worked it out to.
So it's just a guy named Ty Warner.
This was also confusing, because I remember being like, Time Warner bought AOL, a very relevant thing to my life, but Time Warner, they must be connected. I think when you're a kid, you just think that names that sound similar must be related, and I think that people involved in QAnon really continue that trend.
But then every so often it's true, like the Skarsgards. We're like, wait, Pennywise is related to one of the potential dads from Mamma Mia? It's all connected. Okay, so Ty Warner is the guy who becomes a billionaire off of this company, is currently still alive, hasn't given an interview since 1996.
Okay.
But to get there, you know, in contrast to billionaires who shall not be named, he made a kind of intelligent choice, which was that when Beanie Babies became successful, he self-mythologized in a couple of interviews and then never said anything again.
That is smart.
And just sort of counted on being powerful enough that his employees would never really contest this kind of false narrative he introduced.
Wouldn't it be great if billionaires today like weren't so obsessed with like saying shit all the time? You know, like now people are like, well, I'm a billionaire, so people have to listen to me every day. And it's like, what about being a quiet billionaire?
I mean, quiet billionaires get the most evil done.
Right? They do. They really do.
It's kind of has worked out great for Ty, but it's wild that he's quiet because he's such a colorful character. So the Ty version of his childhood is he grew up pretty low income in the Chicago area. The truth is he grew up in a pretty upper middle class family. He lived in a Frank Lloyd Wright house.
One of those poor kids who lives in a Frank Lloyd Wright. I mean, I get it could happen theoretically. Hard to imagine though.
The Frank Lloyd Wright orphanage. No, he did have a difficult childhood. His mom struggled a lot with mental illness. There was a lot of, I think, emotional and physical violence in the house because of that. His father was stepping out on his mom, like just doing all this. Things were challenging in the Frank Lloyd Wright house, is I guess what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But Ty's father is a toy salesman. Like, he's very nepotismed into the toy business. Ty's father works for this company called Dakin, which has a fascinating history all its own. It like started as a like gun import company, and they eventually get around to selling plush toys exclusively.
That's fascinating.
This is in like the 1950s and 60s as Ty is growing up. And at the time, they were most famous for the Dakin bear, which is like this teddy bear. Ty is said to be, you know, like an awkward
teenager, not particularly good at stuff, but like when he graduates high school, he moves to LA briefly to try and become an actor. It doesn't work out. He moves back to Illinois. Basically, a lot of false starts, and then he's like, all right, fine, I will ask my dad for a job at Dakin Toys. Ty was like bad at most things, but he was like a really good salesman.
Like Michael Scott.
Exactly. Like, you know, kind of a weird guy.
Yeah.
He also has a difficult relationship with his dad. It's like rumored that he and his dad dated the same women at the same time.
So odd.
So it just like a very kind of complicated upbringing. But eventually he gets a job at Dakin, and he's really, really, really good at it right away. This man knows how to sell a plush. And this man also knows how to really put off everybody he comes into contact with in spite of that. Everyone who works with Ty doesn't like him. There's a lot of accounts of people just being like, he just was like a really hubrisy guy, like thought he knew better than everybody. He has this very new money vibe about him where the second he, like, the check hit, he bought like a pink car and was like wearing a pink velour suit and like high-heeled platforms, was going to work at a toy company like holding a cane.
Wow. So he went like full Willy Wonka. Willy Wonka / Trisha Paytas.
One of the most cursed combinations you could possibly imagine.
Really unpredictable host, yeah.
Eventually, like, he does so well there, but always like disagrees with people that he works with. So what he starts to do is like start to build a company on the side. He's like, okay, I'm going to make all the money I can at Dakin and then fuck off and start my own company. So Ty is starting this side business. He's starting his own side hustle in the early 80s with the intention being he's going to start his own company and bail. Dakin becomes suspicious of this, and they have a PI follow him around for months to build the case against Ty Warner.
It's wonderful.
Because everyone hates him so much at work that they're like, if we build a strong enough case, we could just fire him because he's their number one salesman, but he's despised.
Yeah.
He kind of has a Gru issue in that way. He's a bit of a despicable me.
But he has yet to manufacture his minions, so it's rough.
The minions really turn on him, and rightfully so. So he loses this job at Dakin and has these kind of lost years. His relationship with his dad is still bad. He's now in his early 30s.
These are like Shakespeare's lost years.
Yeah, and you know, like Shakespeare, he makes a huge comeback. But he has these like lost years. He tries to start all these companies that fail, according to him, and this is like, you can't really dispute this, and I don't really want it to be disputed because it's funny to me. He says he has this vision of a Dakin bear, a life-size Dakin bear, coming to his window and telling him, Ty, you gotta go back into plush. I love this story so much. The gall to tell me that he that a 6-foot-tall stuffed bear came to his house and was like, Ty, you have to exploit workers.
After the spirit of plush past
yes,
comes to tell him that he must change his ways.
And at this point, this is like the early 80s. He's in his like mid to late 30s. He's a bit of a late bloomer, that Ty Warner, which I think is a fun aspect of his persona. He decides he wants to start a plush business. He does not have startup money. So what he does is he goes to this woman, Patricia Roach. She's like a local woman that he's gotten to know. She worked at the local gas station, and they just kind of became friends. He was like a loner who didn't get along with a lot of people. Patricia was like in a bad marriage, and they just sort of started hanging out, and they were friends. So Ty goes to Patty. That's some foreshadowing for all you Beanie Baby heads out there. But Ty goes to Patty and is like, well, I had this visitation from this big old bear, and I have to start a company. Do you want to start it with me? And like, it's disputed of like, was she a co-founder? Was she the first employee? This becomes a big legal issue later. But basically he's like, oh, start a toy company with me. And she's like, I don't know anything about toys. And he's like, whatever. I mean, my read of that is like Patty, like she's described in the book as having, as quote, looking and acting like Liza Minnelli. So she's just like, it seems like Ty is constantly trying to like present charismatic, but like Patty was born with it. She's got a star persona.
I wish I had a Liza Minnelli impression. I really don't.
I can't go on the record with whatever would come out of my mouth.
I know.
But the way that they originally bonded was she was taking classes at community college and she would let Ty come to the library with her because Ty was trying to research affordable ways to manufacture plushes using factories in Asia.
These were the salad days.
These, like, already he's thinking diabolically.
Yeah. And this is America before NAFTA, right? When it was like more thinkable than it would become that you could actually manufacture a product domestically.
Right. Ty's an early pusher of outsourcing that work to, I think it was mostly Korea, where Beanie Babies were manufactured. Still, the problem is, how do you get the startup money to start Beanie Babies? Well, here's what you do. Your dad dies. Once again, Ty, absolute villain. His dad dies. He doesn't tell his sister for 5 days. And
what? That's so many days.
So what he does is, like, by the time Joy gets home and finds out her dad has died, Ty has cleared out the Frank Lloyd Wright house of all the antiques.
So petty.
Later on in his mythology era, he will claim to have inherited $50,000. It was closer to $200,000 plus whatever he made on those antiques. Mm-hmm. And this is in like 1983 money. So all of a sudden he has like pretty significant runway to start this company with Patty. And he does. So he and Patty are the only ones working together for a while. They're making these, and I really want one someday. They make these collectible cats.
Yeah.
And Ty is really obsessive about how his toys are designed. And he's also really fixated in this, like, I don't know, I'm like, this is a big metaphor for something, but I have to continue on with my life. But he's really fixated on, like, eye placement on stuffed animals. He's very fixated on that, and he's like, it needs to feel like it's looking at you. He would go with Patty in, like, huge velour suits and like feather boas and shit like that, and would like carefully pose his cats.
I do love that, like, if you're gonna be evil,
do it.
Capitalistic in the worst way. Like, yeah, you should at least love the thing that you make and care about it and be particular about it and like believe in your product, even if all your means of execution are terrible. Like, it's at least you have something that makes you feel like a human being or act like one a little bit.
He's like a very compelling figure. I really love him. But also he's evil. Like, he would hire, a one-day contractor to help run a stall with him at a toy convention, and then he would yell at them because he's like, "You're sweating on the toys. Get the fuck out of here!" And like,
oh God.
He was mean.
Yeah.
He has an ego issue. The logo is literally his name and a heart. And there's like a fun story about Russ Berry of Trolls.
Still around, like, I think that a child today would know. Our kids, is Gen Z troll literate? Is this my New York Times op-ed?
The trolls have evolved. They're like, they make kids movies about them now.
Oh my God, of course. Yeah. The trolls are huge. They're voiced by Anna Kendrick now. How did that have got? The trolls?
They got the Kendrick bump, but they look so different. The company kind of coasts along for a couple of years. It's doing pretty well, and he and Patty get into a relationship pretty quickly after the company starts.
Because it is so romantic to try and, like, rook your workers together.
Yeah, she says it's, quote, two neurotic feeding off of each other's curious. They were doing well. But the Beanie Babies themselves don't come into play until 1993. So they've already been around for 7 years before the Beanie Babies come along, and Ty and Patricia's relationship romantically is beyond repair. She alleges in this book, very, very abusive towards her. There's pretty brutal stories about that in that book, as well as she's like not paid as if she is has co-founded this company with Ty, which is a repeated pattern of behavior. In 92, which is kind of like one of the fights of their relationship, she used to make a percentage of sales, which meant she would have been entitled to something around $200,000. Ty takes his girlfriend of 5+ years at this point, into his office and is like, great news, I'm going to offer you a salary now. It's $50,000. And you're just not going to want to say that to Liza Minnelli because she's not going to take it well.
She's going to dance right over to you and tell you what for.
Right. And so but he won't budge on that. And so she's like,
God,
on top of his like possessiveness and like he would have her stalked and all this stuff, he also was not compensating her even remotely fairly. And so she bails on the relationship but stays with the company.
Sure, that'll work out.
She starts dating a new guy and they go on a vacation to Cancun, and Ty shows up in Cancun. He was bad to her in every conceivable way. So in early 93, Patty says, after the Cancun incident, she's like, I need to leave this company, which also is, sucks for her because she didn't do anything wrong. It just like he became too abusive for her to stay at her job that she was really good at and was already underpaid at.
This is another way that women lose money. I feel like we make a big deal about the, for every dollar a man makes figure, which is important, but like there's so many other ways to express that, and one is just like how much money and how many assets you forfeit because you just have to like leave an unsafe situation.
Right. I mean, it's like I've fortunately not to this degree, but it's like I've left jobs because you're like, this guy is never going to get fired. He's unfireable and he's horrible to me. So now I can't work on, insert thing.
Now I can't get my beanie millions when the beanie ship comes in. It's just over now by default.
Right. Because it sounds like very much they were doing equal work as executives, if not a bit in her favor. But anyways, she leaves and starts selling insurance in the early 90s. She will be back. Ty, in 1993, creates the first Beanie Baby. It's Legs. Here he is.
Hi, Legs.
He's a little frog. Oh, he's so damn cute, and we love Legs.
He's so cute.
He's got absolutely no mouth. They debut with 12 Beanie Babies. Legs the Frog, Squealer the Pig, Brownie the Bear, Flash the Dolphin, Splash the Whale, Patty the Platypus, Chocolate the Moose, Spot the Dog, and Pinchers the Lobster.
Oh, Pinchers.
Now here's the thing about Patty the Platypus. It is a direct attack on Patricia Roach. He truly is just a diabolical individual where even after she has left the company, he names Patty the Platypus, a magenta platypus character after Patty. There's a poem inside that is also a direct assault on her. It's this. Ran into Patty one day while walking. Believe me, she wouldn't stop talking.
Oh my God.
Listened and listened to her speak. That would explain her extra large beak. Evil. Ty wrote that one.
It's so incredible that someone managed to slander their ex, who they were extremely abusive towards, via a child's toy.
That becomes extremely popular. It's awful. However, the Beanie Babies are not very popular right away. Really, all you need to know about the beginnings are that Ty's business model is that, like we were talking about before, he only sells them in small gift shops. He wants to kind of create this feeling of like exclusiveness and specialness and scarcity. And so the rules are, if you are selling Beanie Babies, they have to be displayed because he's very like, it needs to feel like they're looking at you.
He has a real thing for being watched by toys.
So he only sells to small places,
Mm-hmm.
and it doesn't take off for a while. This is where the second undersung Beanie Babies iconic woman comes into play, Lena Trivedi. She is number 12, and what that means is she's the 12th Thai employee ever. I think she's a student at DePaul, because this is all happening in the Chicago area still.
Mm-hmm.
But she's hired when she's 19 as a telemarketer. She's hired at $12 an hour. But the company is so small that she's kind of their resident young person. Have you ever been a resident young person at someone's company? It kind of rocks, but it's kind of horrible.
I feel like I've been that, not at someone's company, but in the context of teaching sometimes, where like I started teaching in grad school, and I got into grad school straight after college. So there were a lot of people who were like actual adults who were in my cohort with me, and they were teaching students who were younger than them, and I was teaching students who were essentially my age.
Right.
And in a company, I feel like this would be, you're in the middle between like the company and the demographic that you're trying to reach.
Yeah, I had like similar experiences at an improv theater in my early 20s. Lena Trivedi kind of fills that role at Ty in the early years, and she's like really excited when Ty likes her ideas that have nothing to do with telemarketing. So she gets really into it. So even though she's technically a telemarketer, she starts throwing out ideas, most of which become very successful and associated with the brand very well. With poems and the tags. So it's a Lena Trivedi original. She plays the name. Ty said, "That's an amazing idea. Can we write that for Humana Babies back tomorrow?" She does. She does. She's a legend. She's smart generations, names of Angela Shikshikons. a fad. Lena is like, let's just hire my brother, who's also a college student. We'll make it together. Like, we'll show you. And so they make this incredible. I'll send you the link. It's still available on the Wayback Machine. But like, they make this incredible website that is, of course, all in Comic Sans. She also creates the website, which becomes very successful and becomes an amazing tool for Ty Warner to never have to talk to his customer base again. Because what they do, and this is another Lena original idea, she should be a billionaire. No one should be a billionaire, but like she should.
Yeah.
Because Ty does not want to make any public appearances, doesn't even want to speak to his customer base directly. So they talk to the customers, and this is like wildly successful. On the website, they have the Beanie Babies keep daily diaries for some reason that are also posted to the website so that you have to keep going back.
Like, if you were to log on, which took a good 5 minutes,
yeah,
and then like each page had to load for a while for you to get to like the Beanie diary that you wanted to read. And so it's like a good 15 minutes of effort to
and the Naperville mommies are happy to do it. So the way that Beanie Babies become popular, they're out for a couple years, they're moderately successful, the company is doing pretty good, and in 1995, so a couple years after, it's like basically they blow up in the holiday season between 95 and 96. And once it's 96, there's no looking back, baby. The series of moms, some are working moms, some are stay-at-home moms, that discover Beanie Babies in late 1995. And because it's like the 90s was already kind of a hot time to be a collector in general, these kind of upper middle class women get really into collecting all of the Beanie Babies, because at that time there were few enough of them that it was like, you know, possible to do.
Right. And like, you know, and it's shopping, which can become kind of drudgery when you have to do it for your family all the time, but like in this really exciting way that has a lot of like adrenaline and dopamine built in. It's like sport shopping.
Right. And so it's like at this time in 95, the idea that Beanie Babies could pay for college did not yet exist. It exists because these women started to buy them up and were trying to build, like, it was like a rival group of 5 or 6 moms that all lived in the same area that started this whole secondary market.
Wow.
One of them happens to write for People Magazine freelance. It gets a mention in People Magazine, and so it's like it builds really significantly, really quickly. I don't know, it's like it wasn't Ty Warner's idea. He later claims it was his idea, but he just was so fixated on the eyes being very particular that there would often be 2 or 3 different versions of the same stuffed animal, because Ty was like, the eyes are in the wrong place. You know, like, we'd call up the manufacturer in Korea and be like, burn them all. I need the eyes closer or further away.
Oh, it's a massacre.
And so if you had the one with the eyes the wrong way, all of a sudden the moms were like, hey, that's more valuable. They lit the rest of them on fire. So because he's such a Willy Wonka fucking weirdo, he accidentally kind of creates rare products, and then like when they run out of products on this Beanie Baby called Lovey the Lamb in 95, instead of admitting that he just didn't order enough, he's like, Lovey is retired now. So now there's this concept of a Beanie Baby being retired. You have to buy it right away or it'll disappear.
I like that he seems to have like blundered into making his product more valuable through sheer ineptness.
But then later he's like, and that was all part of the plan. So, okay, so now we're in like 96, 97. There's a steady uptick in interest in Beanie Babies. It starts in the Midwest and slowly kind of expands, but class-wise, it stays basically in the middle to upper middle class. No one really has the time or money to be doing this. But this is also around the time where the next woman in Ty's life enters. He meets a woman named Faith McGowan, who was hired. She's a single mom of 2 daughters. She's 14 years younger than him, and he hires her to adjust the light fixtures in his McMansion. She comes over to his house, hired to install these light fixtures, and he's just like giving her so much grief about it and being just being horrible because he's horrible. And at the end, it's like, do you want to go to a baseball game? I feel that we've really hit it off.
Oh my god.
And she's like, no, thank you. And then he has her car blocked into his driveway until she agrees to go on a date with him.
This is weirdly the kind of story that in our culture can be passed off as like the successful start to a loving courtship, which is very worrying.
Exactly. So Faith McGowan, she passed away, I think, close to 10 years ago now, but she had an unpublished memoir that is quoted in this book. So I just want to give a quick quote about their first date from her unpublished memoir. He talked about his sexually explicit references, speaking about Patty, his cosmetic surgeries, and his lifestyle. It warned that this man was very different, but I was struck by the drama he created and his personal flair. His unique presence and obvious intelligence started to suck me into his drama, almost as if I was auditioning for a part, end quote. So he is like radically honest, but also is constantly talking shit about Patricia, even though she's no longer in his life. He stays fixated on her for years. And this is like, I mean, a lot of people clown on him for this. I think that there's far better things to clown on Time Warner for, but he did start getting a lot of cosmetic surgery pretty early into becoming wealthy, and you know, some were better than others, and you can just Google him and form your own opinion. Sort of like Patty, a similar pattern develops with Faith. Faith never works for the company. I think Ty sort of decides, I'm never gonna let a woman work with me in an official capacity again.
Yeah, I'm never gonna let a woman get close to equity.
Right. I mean, he's never been married in spite of the fact that he had decades-long relationships with women, and I do think it's like the financial thing. But for Faith, you know, he's very quick to get people to be stuck with him, but never financially independent, which is like classic abuser shit to do.
Yeah.
He basically gets her fired from her job because he calls her and he's like, you have to demand a gigantic raise or walk, and like, I won't respect you if you don't do, you know. And so she works at a lighting fixture company. They're not going to give her a $50,000 raise, and so all of a sudden Faith is out of a job, and she and her daughters move in to Ty's mansion where they stay for years.
Great. And now she has to adjust the lighting for free.
Exactly. And she gives Ty a lot of suggestions about specific Beanie Babies, about the business. There's a wild anecdote about her daughter, who was like 9 at the time. Ty was like trying to make a Beanie Baby that was a ghost, but couldn't figure out the design. And he's like beside himself in the McMansion. He's like, I can't make a Beanie Baby ghost. And then his 9-year-old sort of stepdaughter is like, what if you did this? And she like draws a prototype that he's like, oh, that would actually work. And so she designs this Beanie Baby. Originally, he credits her on the tag. Later, he says, remove the credit. It was my idea. He's stealing an idea from a 9-year-old girl. He's evil.
Yeah. Wait, and what Beanie Baby is this? Is there a ghost Beanie Baby?
The Beanie Baby's name is Spook. Which, yeah.
Yeah. Not a thoughtful Beanie Baby neighbor either.
No, they're all pretty basic, and not all of them age particularly well.
It's also, yeah, it's like stealing credit from a 9-year-old is like literally something a villain in a Disney Channel original movie would do.
Mm-hmm.
And also it's like, just like negotiate a little deal with her and give her 5% and then start a college fund, and that'll be great, and you'll be fine.
In 1996, Beanie Babies are starting to do really well. They're selling well, the secondary market is forming, and Ty decides that he wants Patty involved in the company again. My read of the situation, he just like wants to be in control of these women kind of at all times, and so he's like, okay, let's bring Patty back in. Maybe it wasn't fair the way she was cut out.
Wow.
And he proposes that she come back to the company, comes back to Ty, but to run Ty UK. So basically, he's like, you're hired again, but I'm shipping you away from me. And she lies him and Ellie's out. She says, how the hell far away do you want me to go, Ty? You're like, whatever.
That was good.
But she comes back because it's like, she liked working in plush. She hated Ty. So she's like, all right, I'll move to London. And so she's back in the company.
This is such a great story because we all understand the product. It's not like, you know, the Murdochs or something where you like kind of get the day-to-day.
It's truly just beanbag toys. It's so now we're getting into 1998. What is happening in the meantime is like the secondary market has formed. There's now a greater demand for Beanie Babies. It's in the news of like moms are showing up with their kids to like Hallmark stores. They're lining up around the corner. It's like the Harry Potter books, shit like that. Like everyone is so amped on them. It's sort of made its way across the country. There's all of these demands towards Ty of like, you have to do some licensing, but he hates licensing. He won't do it. You've got to make a deal with Walmart or sell him to a big store, but he doesn't like big stores, so he won't do it. They want him to make a cartoon. He's like, no. Like, in a way that I think actually did serve the business for a long time. Like, he only wants to sell beanbags and like retire them. And now there's the website. And so there's people logging into dial-up internet multiple times a day to see what the info beanie has to say about new releases or maybe about just hanging out. It depends. Lena Trivedi is like updating the website between classes. She's still in college.
Oh my god.
She's still making $12 an hour.
Lena, no! Oh no!
Gets royally fucked. It makes me so mad.
Yeah.
Speaking like class-wise, this was fairly contained for a long time. It basically sticks in the middle and upper middle class, but now everyone has heard of Beanie Babies and there's a demand kind of across class lines to have them. Like everyone wants to have them. And so there's this increasing pressure on Ty Warner to make them available to everybody. In the meantime, we have the Naperville neighborhood moms at this point, there is talk of like Beanie Babies are becoming really, really valuable. There's this story about like a specific elephant beanie named Peanut.
Yes. I remember this beanie from my beanie book.
Kind of like the first virally like valuable Beanie Baby because it came in dark blue, but then they made it light blue. And if you had a dark blue Peanut, oh baby, you're getting a jet ski or whatever. The reason that this information that like, oh, you can, if you get enough Beanie Babies, Jamie's mom, like you will be able to retire and send your children to college is because the Naperville moms, like this group of like 5 or 6 women, they do become pretty wealthy off of it, but only because they were the first to it and they all sort of developed these different ways of monetizing it.
It also sounds a little bit like LuLaRoe based on that, where it's like the way to win at the game is to be one of the first 8 people who hears about it,
right.
And then everyone else is kind of screwed, and you just buy a bunch of shit, and then you don't know why.
Exactly, and so it's like some of them were making money on actually like reselling Beanie Babies. There's also Beanie Babies have a huge role in the success of eBay because eBay's launched in '95, and in the early years of eBay, 1 in 10 sales on eBay were Beanie Babies.
Oh my god, they're like what Kanye was to Adidas.
Yeah. And you know, also experience a significant fall from grace, and rightfully so. But yeah, like some of them are selling on eBay, and that's how you sort of get these like juiced up valuation prices where I feel like the common misunderstanding is like this Beanie Baby is worth $300 when it's like, well, no, someone just listed it for $300. Did anyone buy it? Like I feel like that is often kind of confusing. And this is like mostly women that were developing those price guides that you were talking about. And Ty does not make money off of that. The moms do. And so there sort of develops this upset and litigiousness between Ty and the moms. The ironic part being that the only reason this product is successful is because of them. But now they're making a bunch of money off the side. There's an example of this woman named Mary Beth Sobolewski. She started this magazine called Mary Beth's Beanie World that at its peak was circulating to the tune of 1 million copies a month.
Oh my god.
It was really big. And so Ty slaps her with a lawsuit. He says, knock it off, Mary Beth. He was, I guess, within his rights to do it, but what horrible PR.
Yeah.
So when Mary Beth, like, he feels becomes a little too wealthy off of promoting his products,
oh my god,
he slaps her with a lawsuit. She has to change the name of the magazine to Mary Beth's Beanbag World.
Oh, whatever. That's so, and then I guess it makes it sound like it's for cornhole enthusiasts and, you know, who benefits really.
I wish her the best. The beginning of the end, in my opinion. Though your mileage which may vary, is in 1997, at the peak of like Beanie Baby demand, Ty capitulates and agrees to do the Teeny Beanie promotion with McDonald's. And this is the first time that Beanie Babies have kind of been made available to everybody. Now, anyone who can afford a Happy Meal can have a Beanie Baby. If you watch like the news broadcasts of the first Teeny Beanie release, it is genuinely terrifying. I'm thankful to have no memory of this happening. Not quite forming memories, but oh my god, I know my mom did it. She was into it.
She was like getting trampled in a McDonald's.
Moms of terrible haircuts storming the Bastille to like. Either way, okay, so Teeny Beanies come out. Now the market is absolutely flooded. They are small, they're different from regular Beanie Babies, which was like done for cost and also to hopefully retain the original value of regular beanies. But now that Beanie Babies are accessible across class lines, everybody is like, all right, you know what, I'll start collecting Beanie Babies as well. If anyone was on the fence, Teeny Beanies made it so that everyone wanted one.
Did they exist outside of McDonald's, or was it like a limited, like, we're going to have the Teeny Beanie Happy Meals briefly and then they're gone? Like, how did that work?
So it is still the Ty Warner ethos of creating as much scarcity as he can. So it's only at McDonald's. You have to have it at McDonald's. They're only available for a limited time. So if you were a seasoned Beanie mom at this point, you're like, okay, so I have to drive to 50 McDonald's.
Right.
There are like local news interviews with kids who are like, I feel sick. Okay. My mom just bought 40 Happy Meals and I feel fucking sick. There's like news footage from a helicopter of like a McDonald's truck, I guess accidentally, like a couple hundred Teeny Beanies fell off in the middle of the highway, and it's helicopter footage of moms stopping in the middle of the highway and sending their children into 5-lane traffic to get Teeny Beanies. It was a big deal. It's a whole thing. You can feel whatever way about it.
This is like part of the sort of Karen origin story.
It is. It absolutely
1997,
is.
Send child into traffic.
Right. Worth it. And also at this point, there's kind of like, they're launching new Beanie Babies so frequently that completionists kind of start to give up because they're like, there's no way I could possibly have every single Beanie Baby. It was easy to collect when there's 12. Now there's like, you know, at least 100, probably a couple hundred.
It's like the Robert Altman movies. You're like, whatever.
So, you're like, I'm sure some of these are good, but it's kind of none of my business. But before that happens, they kind of peak in 98, 99. And that brings us back to the story of one Ty Warner. You know, they've made so much fucking money. He's hired all these people. And Christmas Eve 1998, kind of an iconic day, he, in the nicest thing I've ever heard of him doing, he gives everyone a holiday bonus of their salary.
Yeah,
again.
Great.
Which is like cool of him to do, and also just an example of how much money they were making in 1998.
Also, maybe a Dakin Bear wearing a like Grim Reaper's robe like showed up to him in a dream and told him he'd be dead by next Christmas if he wasn't more generous.
They really Scrooged him. But meanwhile, in his personal life, you know, Patty and Faith have been pitted against each other in Ty's life for years now. On the same day of the party, the double your salary party, Faith finds out that Ty is cheating on her with Patty at a hotel nearby, and Ty lies about it. Patty yells at Faith, punches Ty in the face. I mean, because Faith, for someone who was very bullied into this relationship, is faithful to him the whole time, and he strung her along for years being like, you know, we just need to get to this place with the business and then we're going to get married and you will be financially secure. They never get married.
That also happened with Scrooge. That's what that whole sad song in the middle of the Muppet Christmas Carol is about. It's really a lot of parallels.
Okay, so Faith does make at least one effort to get a formal title at the company because she's doing so much. It's unclear exactly what she was doing, but she was certainly like giving constant creative input to Ty, who's also off, and so gives him, and he sort of sets her in a Santa Barbara McMansion and tells her to go away. But she is really sad, and she dies still loving him. It really sucks, and it makes me very sad. And Faith is awesome. One thing she says about Ty in her unpublished memoir is, nothing is ever enough, and nothing is ever good enough, because Ty's soul is empty.
Oh! Wow.
And then Patty, you know, while she's more of a brassy broad, she says about Ty, the hardest part of having a relationship with Ty is realizing that he never cared about you.
Oh, gosh. I feel like that's like the one-size-fits-all, like, horrible billionaire bio, too, where, like, it's just so predictable that you just have to, like, amass as much as possible, amass power, amass capital, and, like, take all the credit for it, and also, you know, often rely on the unpaid labor of women, because that's just, like, a thing that we do culturally that actually carries over into this.
Yeah. So if they peak in 98, 99 sort of represents this sudden kind of not quite free fall that happens in 2000, but there's all of a sudden doubt. Maybe we're not sending our children to college off of Beanie Babies. They're losing their retail value or like resale value, because they always do cost $5 to $6 at stores. The price never really increases. It's the resale values that are constantly fluctuating. So it's like a combination of the market is too flooded, people can't keep up with collecting, and Ty is getting known to be so litigious that like the company doesn't have an amazing reputation, because he sues Mary Beth. People don't like that. He sues a company called Holy Bears. He sues like a Jesus Beanie Baby ripoff.
It's like, do you really think that they're like infringing on your profits at this stage in the game?
It looks better to say nothing.
Right.
They continue to do the Teeny Beanie promotions annually, which are successful, but like, again, it's like they've peaked. There's really nowhere to go from here. Sales in 98 are 1.4 billion. Ty is the only shareholder, so he makes $700 million. It's absurd. But by 99, he's sort of trying to find a way to contain the secondary market and isn't successful at it. He tries to like retire a bunch of Beanie Babies to like spike sales. It sort of works, but not really. He fucks around with the website kind of considerably to get people to try to, you know, engage more over there with the info beanies. It works, but like not really. And in 1999, he sort of realizes like, this may not last forever. I need to start investing in other things. So what he does is he buys the Four Seasons in New York, which he owns to this day.
What?
Had Ty actually done right by Patricia or by Faith, he may not have been able to afford the Four Seasons. And so it's like that sort of trickle down of like, by fucking over various people in his life, he acquired the Four Seasons, and he's currently worth over $3.4 billion.
Because that was a good investment that he couldn't have made if he hadn't thrown so many women off the lifeboat.
Meanwhile, you know, people are kind of jumping ship at Ty Incorporated right and left. Lena Trivedi leaves because she's still paid $12 an hour. She goes to an executive and says, I want a salary of $120,000, which I think is like good for her. And also, she's created so much value for this company. And they basically tell her to fuck off. And so she leaves the company and like has a series of rough years. She's doing great now. She's an author of children's books. She was in the most recent Beanie Babies documentary. She doesn't seem to hold ill will towards Ty in a way that I find really stunning on her part. I would be so salty forever, but she seems like she's moved on. 99, there's a decline, and Ty decides, you know, he makes kind of the final bad decision of the Beanie Babies craze, which is to drive up sales. He's going to say, Beanie Babies are over forever.
Wow.
He takes a poll on the Beanie Babies website that says, do you think we should retire Beanie Babies forever? And you have to pay 50 cents to vote.
Wow.
He makes a bunch of money off of people just being like, we like these. It's just like such a sensitive ego monster.
Maybe he invented being scammy on social media, which, you know, nobody needed to invent that. So it's,
So what he does is he's says he's going to retire everything, basically.
Wow.
And the scam plan was he's going to retire the brand, which will drive up sales. Then in, early to mid 2000, he'll say, okay, we're bringing them back. And he was hoping that this would revitalize the business. Everyone at the company was like, do not do this. This is the worst idea you've ever had. And you throw pennies at toll booth workers.
He's like, I got this far by not listening to anyone and by believing that all the good ideas I stole from people were actually mine. So don't worry about it.
So, yeah, I think I know what I'm doing. We're going to say that all the Beanie Babies are going to be retired. And then a couple weeks later, we're going to say, just kidding. Thanks for the sales. They're back.
Consumers do love to be lied to their faces in a way they're very aware of. We just love it.
So he and Faith are still together at this time. And he goes to Faith saying, I need to design the final Beanie Baby. And that's where our friend The End comes in.
You just whipped him into frame in an amazing way.
For our listeners, The End is the classic bear. It is pitch black. It's kind of ominous.
Yeah.
And it's got a little firework on his chest, and it says The End.
The idea of a little stuffed bear whose name is The End is just very horror-y to me.
So it is very sinister. I think in an appropriate close to the decade, Ty says that Beanie Babies are ending December 31st, 1999.
Along with the world.
Exactly. Just to kind of give, they're like, and also this. But Faith writes the first draft of the poem inside of The End. I think hers is superior. Are they a fad? Were they a trend? Or were they a way to show love to a friend? Wishes for happiness Ty continues to send from the beginning to whenever the end.
Wow.
Ty says, fuck that poem, and he writes. And he says, all good things come to an end. It's been fun for everyone. Peace and hope are never gone. Love you all and say so long. Faith's was so much better.
It was. Ty's has no dimension. This is a man who is not in touch.
I feel like he just didn't want it to be called a fad, canonically.
Yeah.
So we have The End, and also, just for your reference, I had to take off my plastic tag holder to read that poem to you, so you're welcome. It just lost serious resale value. That is kind of the story of the fad. He does do, according to plan, he says the beanies are back in early 2000. Everyone's pissed off about it, like you were saying. They feel lied to. Sales go way, way down, and it's bad. The company sort of takes a turn from there. He tries to launch a few new lines, hoping that they'll be as successful. My favorite of which, I had some of these, are called the Beanie Kids. Feedback on the Beanie Kids is they look so scary.
So it's like an actual human in beanie form.
So that doesn't work. Ty is, sending off his employees to go to these. They're still only sold in these small stores, and they start to take on these mafia style intimidation tactics that don't work, where they're like, the stores are like, oh, we just want the Beanie Babies. We don't actually want the Beanie Kids. We don't want, and they're sort of like, you're going to want to buy some of these Beanie Kids. Beanie Babies can just go away at any second. Intimidating the manager of the Hallmark store.
Either you buy these Beanie Kids or your brains will be spattered across that contract. How about that?
Right. Ty basically becomes a full-time hotelier now. He and Faith separate at some point. Mary Beth's beanbag world goes under in 01. Along with Life as We Knew It.
Yeah.
Shrek is released.
The Target demo moves on to the Delia's catalog.
Right. People move on from Beanie Babies, but the company stays afloat enough. Ty does everything he says he would never do in that Beanie Babies, the current Beanie Baby iteration, which are called Beanie Boos. Now you can get Ty products literally anywhere. If you've seen it's like one of those little stuffed animals with the big old eyes. They're very cute. But that's like the Beanie Babies company. It's what they do now. You can get them literally anywhere, so they're not exclusive anymore. They also do licensing. You can get Paw Patrol Beanie Babies. So ultimately, he did go down the Dakin Garfield route. Patty eventually leaves the company and basically makes Ty agree to never speak to her again. I mean, she suffered a lot of abuse under him and was screwed over financially quite a bit. But I do appreciate that it seems like she ended that on her terms. They get into it in the book, but basically she makes Ty sign something to say, like, leave me alone.
Love it.
And I believe that she is still alive and well. Ty is sued, or he has to go to court in 2013 because he's kept over $100 million in a Swiss bank account.
Of course.
He's taken to court, but they're like, he could spend as much as 5 years in prison. It's 2 years of probation based on the charitable donations he made over the years and also the fact that he was humiliated in the press, so he doesn't have to go to jail. It makes no sense.
I love how if you're super rich, they're like, well, you experienced embarrassment, so that's penalty enough, really. And it's like, yeah, only rich people suffer ill effects from being charged with a crime. It's like everyone else just has a normal time with that. It's easier if you have no money.
So these days, he's 78 years old. He still owns the Four Seasons, but I wanted to kind of leave it with Joy Warner, who is his sister. They were never close. Ty was never close with really anyone in his family. But, you know, Joy, in spite of the fact that she lives, I think, in a pretty remote area and, like, runs a, like, massage parlor and, like, has a lot of dogs. I think she lives on, like, a ranch. Ty, even though he is a billionaire, has previously refused to help pay for surgeries that she's needed. He's a very mean person. However, because Ty was so withholding and shitty and evil to women throughout his life, his entire life, in a little twist of poetic irony, when he dies, his sister Joy will inherit $3.4 billion.
Yes, because that's what happens if you never get married or create heirs, Ty.
Sorry, Ty. And that is the story of Beanie Babies.
prosecutor so they move forward with the murder trials.
I don't think I've ever asked you this, but what are your thoughts on eyewitness testimony?
Well, eyewitness testimony is good and bad, right? Because it also depends on when you get that testimony, right? If you wait so long after the incident happens, there's a likelihood that that testimony is going to be less reliable than, and that's why it's so important to do good police work by getting statements from witnesses, right? That's why police go around and get everybody's statements so that they have it written down at the time of the incident. So later on in court, when they're, not only can the person read their statement from the original date, but also, you can see if there's a change in story too. And in this case, it's just, the eyewitness testimony could be anything. I mean, there's no way to know if it's reliable or not.
Yeah, I have a pretty strong opinion about eyewitness testimony. I think you can't ever trust it. And I know that's a strong take, but I think after you see something within minutes, it's distorted in your memory.
Really?
So I've actually found out, I was called for jury duty one time. I never ended up going because I was away at college, so I couldn't make the.
You got like an exception to.
Yeah, but I later looked into it, and if you go and try to be a juror on a case in the U.S., as far as I know, if you say you don't believe eyewitness testimony is credible, they remove you from the jury.
That's interesting. So what about this though? What about multiple eyewitnesses who witness something all at the same time?
Still garbage.
Really?
Yeah.
Even if it's like 200 people?
Yeah, I think you can collectively have just a core memory that is completely false, even if several people share it.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I know that's a
I was gonna say that's a bold thing to say on here, because that would mean most of the things, most of the events that we've covered, hauntings, things like that, where there's no physical evidence, but the only evidence is eyewitness testimony. So you're getting on blast. So
I think
so you're skeptical of all of that. You wouldn't believe any of that.
Well, with paranormal, I think it's different in the context of eyewitness testimony in a case.
So you're talking more of like a court case?
Yeah, where they're bringing actual evidence to the trial. I think that's different than we saw this ghost or something like that.
Yeah.
Because this isn't someone's livelihood on the line.
So when somebody could potentially go to prison for many years, you're saying eyewitness testimony shouldn't factor into that.
No, you need hard evidence. Because even if you look back historically, witch hunts, lynchings, it's just people collectively we figured this out. We saw that guy with this guy, and then they end up
doing some weird shit around the fire, and I get that. I think in the court sense, I think it makes sense to not. I think it's still interesting to hear, because there is no other way to gather unless there's somebody filming the incident.
Right.
How else do you get the timeline of events, right? How do you piece together the story if there is no eyewitness testimony?
Right. And the scariest part is that this case is the foundation of it is eyewitness testimony.
Yeah.
That's the scary part. Because if we had some core evidence along with eyewitness testimony,
right, then
maybe I'd be more down with connecting.
Yeah, that's totally. Relying solely on eyewitness testimony for any sort of criminal case or trial makes no sense.
Yeah.
And that's why this is so just fucked, because there is the fact that they don't have a way to, see if they have an alibi or see, actually follow up and see what they were actually doing that day and gather the evidence from the scene to see if there's any connections there. The fact that there's literally, I'm trying to figure out what investigation they actually did, because it seems like they did virtually none.
That love's got an
and then it
army
was
on it.
almost a bunch of guys got in a room together, like, all right, so let's find the pieces here to make this make sense for a court. And I think that's literally what happened, is based on those descriptions, especially the indictments for, the various people, it almost seems that's what happened. So like, okay, this guy's a doctor, so you probably know how to remove organs and things like that. So let's slap him with those charges. That explains away the brutal injuries to the kids. And
I did it again.
That's okay. might have been me.
What?
It was one person watching, but it went off. But for some reason, my live had stopped. And I went and looked, and it popped back up. That Kiara, she got a stinking booty. You want me to drive? You want me to drive?
Stop, you're doing that to my watch.
My watch. Give me this watch.
Curious about the nuts and bolts of the stock market? It's not just for finance types anymore. Take it from a couple of regular guys, Dave and Andrew, who taught themselves about investing and teach it all on the Investing for Beginners.
What you listening to?
Start with their Back to Basics series on episode 43 and use that knowledge to design your better financial future today.
You want me to drive?
What you watching? You need to throw that bracelet away.
No, I don't. Some black history podcast.
In 18th century Massachusetts, who recruited a legal team, sued for her freedom, and won. Well, that would be the truth. I'm Andre, and this is the story of Elizabeth Freeman. And this is the Redacted History Podcast. In some of the podcast episodes, we have spent a substantial amount of time discussing stories around courageous black people during the Civil War, like Mary Bowser and Robert Smalls. We talked about black folk alive and fighting during Jim Crow in the early 20th century, like Henry Johnson and Josephine Baker. And even folks who cemented their legacy during the Civil Rights Movement, like the Honorable Sharon Franklin. But one time period that we haven't tackled is the 18th century, the 1700s. Who was Elizabeth Freeman? Well, for starters, we don't really know. Piecing together this particular episode is really difficult because there just isn't much.
You was up too far. I can't even see out the window.
I didn't mean to pull it up in there.
The actual 18th century. Being that she was an enslaved woman, piecing together her life meant we had to piece together the lives of white people. Because these folks were 100% allowed to own land, be publicly married, vote, among other things. And these are things that leave behind records. Elizabeth's early life was a true mystery. Your guess is really as good as mine. We can piece together a few things through historical accounts, documents, records, but there isn't much. All we know is that she was born between 1782 and 1744 in Claverack, New York, which was a small township hamlet which ran from the Hudson River inland to the Massachusetts line. We also know she was born into slavery. Before 1776, most enslaved people in the Hudson River Valley came from Africa via Caribbean islands such as Cuba or Barbados, or from South Carolina. It is speculated that she was born to parents who were born in Africa, which parts are unknown. The slave master she was born into servitude under was a white man named Peter Hogboom. At an early age, Elizabeth was purchased along with her sister to be under the servitude of Colonel John Ashley of Sheffield, Massachusetts. We do know that throughout her life she was referred to as Mum or Mum Bet because of the maternal-like role she played to the children she helped raise. The children that typically belonged to their masters. And Bet was actually a common name given to enslaved black women who served in a house role. One of the most enlightening things about this story is that it serves as a reminder, an education really, to what slavery in colonial northeastern America was like. Typically, we think of the harshness of slavery mostly residing in the South, but it is just because most of the slavery that we really talk about and study, at least in my circles in the education that I received, is centered around the Civil War. And by that time, slavery in Connecticut, Massachusetts, and New York had long been abolished. If you take public opinion, folks are often shocked that there was never slavery in Massachusetts in the first place. It's ironic because Massachusetts is where the Puritans came to escape religious persecution, but there was slavery there? But Massachusetts was among the first American colonies and did so for about 150 years.
Hutchinson, Minnesota had some problems. For the adults of Hutchinson, the problem was the teenagers. They kept sneaking off at night to empty barns where they'd, brace yourself, dance. Who knew what sort of sin and heavy petting and French literature these barn dances might lead to? No, the adults of Hutchinson, Minnesota did not approve. And neither, it seemed, did the devil. One summer night, Satan himself suddenly appeared in the middle of the dance floor, and the debauched teens ran in fear. He showed up at the next dance, too. For a few months, it seemed like you couldn't go to a late-night barn dance in Hutchinson without getting chased out by the devil, pitchfork in tow. Until one night, when a 14-year-old boy had the good sense to shoot him in the chest. At which point the devil was revealed, Scooby-Doo style but bloodier, to be the local Methodist minister, dressed in a costume and flown in from the roof by rope and pulley. This is The Constant, a history of getting things wrong. I'm Mark Chrysler. Every episode, we look at the accidents, mistakes, and bad ideas that helped misshape our world. Find us at constantpodcast.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
You trade your car for a Tesla? You trade your car for that?
Not so fun fact. It is estimated that enslaved black people produced an estimated 222,505,000 between 1619 and 1865. Slavery in these early day colonies was really used as a blueprint of sorts for how it would be enacted in the rest of the colonies and country as the practice would spread over the years. In these colonies, there were master-slave relationships where the slaves were meant to be docile and obedient. The legislature enacted laws in the 1600s and 1700s that were meant to keep the enslaved in their place because the enslavers were always afraid of black people getting freedom, education, and obtaining leadership to the point where the balance of power could be changed. For instance, in 1717, the legislature passed a law that said that a slave owner would have to post a $200 bond to ensure that a slave they freed would not become in charge of a city or town. This gave slave owners a lot of pause when it came to the thought of even freeing an enslaved person in the first place. Elizabeth spent the majority of her 3 decades enslaved under the ownership of the Colonel John Ashley. He was perhaps the most respected and revered individual in the town of Sheffield, Massachusetts. He was born around 1709 and got his title as colonel for his role in the French and Native American War. His family got their wealth and prominence by being granted free land, which was already occupied by a native tribe called the Mohicans. A lot of this land is what ended up being several towns that make up Berkshire County, Massachusetts, where this story takes place. Ashley went on to be a lawyer and served on the Berkshire County Court of Common Pleas. Elizabeth was most likely the leader of the enslaved folk who ran the Ashley household. They were responsible for cleaning, cooking, and watching after the Ashley children. Now, Elizabeth suing for her freedom is what a lot of people refer to as a suit for freedom. It came in May of 1781, just months before the British surrender at Yorktown in the Revolutionary War. Interestingly enough, she was not the first enslaved person to sue for her freedom. You ever heard of the story of Jenny Slew? She was a black woman born in 1719 as the child of an enslaved black man and a free white woman. Jenny lived as a free woman until she was kidnapped in 1762 by a white man named John Whipple, and later went on to sue. The story is really wild when you think about it. This free woman was over 40 years old, kidnapped and enslaved out of nowhere. Her complaint in court stated that on January 29th, 1762, John Whipple, with force and arms, took her, held her, and kept her in servitude as a slave in his service, and thus restrained her of her lawful liberty and did other injuries. Although it is frequently written that Jenny Slew was kidnapped, force and arms is a legal phrase universally inserted in a writ of trespass. After 4 long years, the court ordered John Whipple to free Jenny Slew, but after many, many technicalities and upholding of different trials. And she eventually got her freedom, basically because her mother was a free white woman. And it was common knowledge to a lot of people that whoever your mother is when you're born, her freedom, for her freedom. What was the motivation that pushed her to this point? Well, there were a few things. In early January 1973, John Ashley became moderator of a committee of 11 local citizens, including an attorney named Theodore Sedgwick. We'll get to him in a second. Theodore Sedgwick wrote a document known as the Sheffield Declaration. This document, approved by the committee on January 12, 1773, expressed anger at how Great Britain was treating her subjects in the colony of Massachusetts and resolved that mankind and a state of nature are equal, free, and independent of each other and have a right to the undisturbed employment of their lives, their liberty, and property. The Sheffield Declaration requested its local representatives to the General Court in Boston to consider the declaration and to use every constitutional means in his power that the grievances complained of may be redressed. That's a mouthful, and it's fancy for, hey, Britain, we don't like how you're treating us. We deserve our due freedom, our due liberties, our due property. Ironic, right? Go back and listen to that long quote of their grievances, and it becomes more ironic each and every time. These white men were so upset with England because they thought their rights and freedoms were being consistently infringed upon. Because they thought their rights and freedoms were being consistently infringed upon, while they were simultaneously holding slaves. Hilarious, even. According to later recounts from Elizabeth, part of her motivation was that she would constantly be around the house doing work and hear the conversation of these men as they held their meetings, talked about the upcoming Declaration of Independence, talked about the Revolutionary War, talked about the Sheffield grievances, the Sheffield Declaration, and the upcoming Massachusetts Constitutional Convention. She would hear the passion and fervor that these men would speak with when it concerned the freedoms that they thought they were entitled to. Besides the Sheffield Declaration in 1773, the Declaration of Independence in 1776, and the impending Massachusetts new Constitution in 1780, there was a laundry list of documents being thrown around that preached about all the rights of men. In March of 1780, there was a constitutional convention in Massachusetts to produce a new state constitution. It was approved in June of 1780 and became law in October of 1780. Being enslaved in a home meant that you were always listening. Many slaves couldn't read, they couldn't write, but they could listen very well. And through careful espionage and tact, Elizabeth was able to decipher the first article of the Constitution, which read, "All men are born equal and have certain essential and unalienable rights, among which may be reckoned the right of enjoying and defending their lives and liberties, that of acquiring, possessing, and protecting property, in fine, that of seeking and obtaining their safety and happiness." Then Elizabeth said, whoa, this should apply. This should apply to me. This should apply to everyone. But what was the thing that ultimately made Elizabeth want to sue for her freedom? Well, there was one day when in the Ashley residence, the lady of the manor, John Ashley's wife, was in the kitchen with Elizabeth's sister. We aren't entirely sure what happened, but the lady was made angry and attempted to strike Elizabeth's sister with a kitchen shovel. Elizabeth rushed to her sister's aid and was struck on the arm. She immediately fled the Ashley residence and vowed to never return. John Ashley appealed her return, but she remained on the run and immediately sought the help of the lawyer and John Ashley's friend, Theodore Sedgwick, a man that Elizabeth knew because he was often present at the meetings at the Ashley household. Theodore Sedgwick was born in Hartford, Connecticut in 1746. He was a man who amassed massive wealth and land in his lifetime. He was very passionate about the United States and his thoughts and beliefs had an emphasis on the United Party. He was also a very flawed individual, having owned slaves himself. Shocker. He was very hot and cold on the topic of slavery and abolition. He would go on to represent slaves for their freedom in court, join the Abolitionist Society of Philadelphia in 1792, then turn around and support the Fugitive Slave Act in 1793. He would then go on to serve on the Massachusetts Supreme Court and argue against the institution of slavery in 1810. Confusing. Many scholars believe that Sedgwick supported slavery when it was convenient for him, but he knew overall unity was the key to the fight against the British.
I like that comment.
Elizabeth appealed to Sedgwick that he should be her legal counsel in a suit for freedom. Sedgwick asked where she could even fathom such a thing, and Elizabeth claimed she got the idea from the new Bill of Rights in the state constitution. A man named Brom, who we don't know much about, was also added to the case. Brom was a black enslaved man who was also a slave of John Ashley. But Theodore Sedgwick and some of his political confidants thought it would be better and better their chances by adding a man to their case, because this was unprecedented. They were presented a case, a suit for freedom based upon legality, laws that had been written into place. And Brom was actually made the lead plaintiff. So the case reads Brom and Betts versus J. Ashley Esquire. The case was tried in August 1781 before the County Court of Common Pleas at Great Barrington. Sedgwick argued that the Massachusetts Constitution had outlawed slavery. The jury determined that Brom and Bett were not Ashley's property. The court set Bett and Brom free and awarded them 30 shillings for damages. The verdict for Elizabeth was a clear victory for women, for black people, and enslaved people. After the verdict was delivered, Elizabeth left the Ashley residence for good and petitioned to live and work as a free person with the Sedgwicks in their household. She lived with Theodore Sedgwick and his family until around 1808. The jury had freed Elizabeth and Brom because, according to evidence and petitions, slavery had never been legal in Massachusetts in the first place. We don't know really anything would happen to Brom after this case. And of course, John Ashley immediately filed an appeal of the ruling to the Supreme Court. However, the appeal was never heard. John Ashley never went through with it on the basis that he knew it would fail, and the growing attitude in the state was that slavery was unconstitutional, and he became the first person in the state to free the rest of his slaves on those grounds. John Ashley died in 1802. Many slaves had brought freedom cases to the courts for 30 years before Elizabeth, but for the most part, they were based on brutalities, kidnappings. Elizabeth was the first to do so on the grounds of the 1780 Constitution. Afterwards, there was a slow trickle to fully eradicate slavery in Massachusetts. In 1788, the legislature passed a law banning slave trading, but balanced it with another law saying that all blacks who weren't citizens of the state had to leave the state within 2 months. They were really grasping for straws at this point. Slave owners were clinging but knew the inevitable outcome.
The Unbiased Science podcast is devoted to objective, critical appraisal of evidence on health topics relevant to listeners' daily lives. I'm Dr. Jess Steyer, a public health scientist with expertise in public health policy, biostatistics, and advanced analytics.
And I'm Dr. Andrea Love, an immunologist and microbiologist with expertise in infectious disease immunology, cancer immunology, and autoimmunity. And together, we are the hosts of the podcast.
The goal of the Unbiased Science podcast is to dispel misinformation and misconceptions across an array of science and public health topics. We love to debunk myths and help arm our listeners with information so they can make evidence-based decisions.
We hope you'll tune in to the Unbiased Science podcast, your trusted source for no-nonsense, just science. New episodes air every other Wednesday, so make sure to mark your calendars.
Elizabeth Freeman should be a nationally treasured historical figure. Her life and what she did and how she fought should be taught about in elementary, middle, and high schools across the country. But unfortunately, it's not. Is this your first time hearing of her? Because I was not made aware of her or her life until this year. Her story is so unique because her fight for freedom came during the Revolutionary War period. We learn about that in length at every turn in school. Meanwhile, she overcame the institution of slavery almost a century before its abolishment. As a freed woman, Elizabeth lived with the Sedgwicks in a place called Stockbridge. She worked as a respected midwife, nurse, and nanny, helping raise the Sedgwick kids, Henry, Charles, Robert, and Catherine, and seeing them through the death of Theodore Sedgwick in 1813. As she aged, Elizabeth actually did well for herself. She had children and grandchildren and owned clothes, a little bit of money, and about 19 acres of land. And all of this was left to her children and grandchildren. She was a part of a network of freed Black people and built relationships through the folks she met through her children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Her place in Massachusetts lore was cemented for the courage she showed during her suit for freedom. Her home ownership gave her hopes for generational wealth to be passed down to her kin, and that they would have something to sustain them in the generations to come after them. Her genealogy, for all we know and all that we can track, can only be traced through 1867 because all of her known family left Berkshire County and settled.
At the stop sign, turn right onto South Adams Street toward downtown Fulton. Then make a U-turn at South Adams.
New York City, Connecticut, and Liberia. We also don't know for sure whether she was ever married. Lore and differing accounts tell us she married young, had one child with him, and he died soon after in the Revolutionary War. Charles Sedgwick, Theodore's son, whom Elizabeth helped raise, made sure there was an accurate, well-drawn-up will for Elizabeth before she passed. Elizabeth Freeman died around the age of 85 in 1829. Elizabeth was a woman who refused to be a victim of her circumstances and sought to fight a fight that would not only improve her life, but also enrich the lives of others. When we talk about impactful women throughout history, we have to include her. Elizabeth spent all of her life being called many names, but when she won her freedom, she chose the name Elizabeth Freeman. She was given a grave and headstone in the Sedgwick family plot, which reads, "She was born a slave and remained a slave for nearly 30 years. She could neither read nor write, yet in her own sphere, she had no superior or equal." Her tombstone stands in the innermost.
You put your card in.
What are you?
I was trying to see what sounded like this.
Here, 4196.
I was moving and grooving. Oh, look, they got a weight scale. They got a weight scale.
Yeah.
gotta stop so many times in this little car to get gas. I like it, but you gotta stop so much to get gas. You know, Ford Fusion, like I was mentioning earlier, you can get there and back on 2 tanks of gas. We don't have to stop, I think, about 4 times. We had to stop about 4 times. Park up closer.
What is known as the Sedgwick Pie. Elizabeth Freeman, known by the name Mum Bet. Long live Elizabeth Freeman. Until next time. Yo, if you like this episode, consider going down and leaving a rating and review. It goes a long way. I truly appreciate all the support, and I'll see y'all next time. Love y'all.
You know how white people,
What?
or you know how like, look at my hand. People, they just be like they just be crowding your space. Like, I was literally trying to pack.
Put you some hands sometime.
Okay. Like, I was literally just trying to, like, gather my stuff so that I could, like, you know, gather my stuff up. And literally, you didn't get gas yet?
Yeah.
Oh, and literally, like, this woman was, like, putting her stuff down on the counter next to me. She's, like, standing right next to me. I'm just like, ma'am, don't do that.
Look your phone.
Just be all in the way.
Yeah.
You got an hour and 3 minutes.
Can't see.
Starting route to 613 Dean Street.
You can't see.
Yeah, I can see. You gotta go ahead.
She's so hard.
Alright, come on, little red Corvette.
Little red Corvette. Lord, they could have a wreck. Over so many
In the exact same car.
Exactly.
They got in the exact same cars. Thank you.
You're welcome. I was so naked. Have you had this before? It's
Probably one time.
Watermelon peach. It's
One
0
time.
though. I never see their zeros around anywhere.
Yeah. They always have 0 lemonade. And
Oh,
0
is the-
triple X.
Is the lemonade 0? I didn't realize that.
Yeah, they got a 0 lemonade.
Use the right lane to merge onto
I think I
I-22
had that
West.
one once or twice.
It's okay. Little red Corvette. Why does this keep popping up about how the black church built
Take an exit 86. Merge
electricity?
onto
That would
US
like
45. Ford.
they go to Tum Beach real good. That was refreshing.
Now you done got all
This thing's good. You can crash on these too.
You didn't crack. They got caffeine in them?
No, some of them. Well, they got the
I saw the
energy
ones that
ones.
had caffeine in
Yeah,
them.
but you'll still crash on these. Say you haven't ate nothing all day, and I go sit in the car, I get jittery. I come back to work, I be jittery. Like let's say I drink like 2 or 3 of these.
Curious about the nuts and bolts of the stock market? It's not just for finance types anymore. Take it from a couple of regular guys, Dave and Andrew, who taught themselves about investing and teach it all on the Investing for Beginners podcast. Start with their Back to Basics series on episode 43 and use that knowledge to design your better financial future today.
Black Wall Street, Tulsa, Oklahoma, 1921. The epitome of black community and black excellence. Up until now, it was perhaps the greatest black-owned community ever established on United States soil.
I watched a video about this on TV, but it was low
What
budget.
once was over 30 square blocks of black-owned businesses and generational wealth ready to be passed down for the next century was destroyed over the course of 48 hours, all because of a lie. I'm Andre, and this is the Redacted History Podcast. Today's episode discusses the importance of black-owned businesses, so I wanted to highlight a business that I think is pretty special. Melanin Eclectic is a small online stationery shop that puts emphasis on the black and fantastical world that already exists in the world they are trying to create. They currently have a Kickstarter campaign going, trying to get the creation of their everyday Eat-A bags funded. And the campaign is almost complete. These leather bags are small, compact, and stylish, and can be used as carrying bags or pen pouches. Check the link in the description to see how you can contribute and to check out their business. Now, let's get to the show. Before I get started, I wanted to just talk for a second about this event and what its history means to me personally. I've been aware of what the Tulsa Massacre is, and was aware of it for several years now, but just on the surface level. Kind of mad I didn't know more about it sooner, but shout out to the North Carolina public school system. But I really ended up doing deep dive about it at the beginning of 2021 when I was selected to be a part in the documentary on the 100th anniversary of the Tulsa Race Massacre called Tulsa Burning in May 2021, produced by Russell Westbrook. Yes, that Russell Westbrook. Huge, huge honor and an opportunity that gave me a chance to really dive into what this event is and its significance. The Tulsa Race Massacre is considered to be one of the deadliest acts of racial violence and racial terror in the United States history. Almost 60 years after the Civil War and freeing of enslaved black people, and 2 years after the Red Summer of 1919. And this week was the 101st anniversary. Like I said, the Tulsa Race Massacre took place over the course of 48 hours. 2 days. 2 days of burning, looting, and killing. 2 days worth of unmitigated terror that undid decades worth of building and that had generations worth of repercussions. As you listen to this episode, I want you to maybe jot down some thoughts, figuratively or literally. How could an event that was so long ago systemically affect a group of people for over a century? How much has really changed since then? What efforts have we really put in to change since then? Oklahoma, the Sooner State. Texas to the south, Arkansas to the east, Kansas to the north, and New Mexico to the west. From a historical perspective, I could talk about Oklahoma for days because it has such a richly disturbing history. The name Oklahoma derives from the Choctaw words okra, which means people, and humma, which means red. Yeah, you see where this is going. Up until the 1900s, the western part of what was the United States, and still is the United States, was really just an unorganized mess. The United States was constantly trying to expand westward. Think back to your 11th grade social studies class. Remember that word manifest destiny? Yeah, they thought it was God's ordained will that we expand the country to the west. And this westward expansion really was just a up until, the Civil War. Hey, how much slavery can we get out west? But this westward expansion, the Civil War, Mexican-American wars, treaties, broken treaties, territories, statehoods, etc., etc., etc. This was everything that was happening in the western territory of the United States. And Oklahoma was part of it. There was what was called the Indian Territory, set aside for Native Americans to relocate from lands across the country that were needed for slavery and things of the sort. The relocation of Native Americans is what we see with events such as the Trail of Tears and forcible removal of tens of thousands of Native Americans and ethnic cleansing. Oklahoma's history is dark. Oklahoma Territory and Indian Territory were merged into the state of Oklahoma when it became the 46th state to enter the Union on November 16, 1907. Now, let's talk about Tulsa. Tulsa was a relatively small area of land that's rich in history, having been home to several different Native American tribes, many of which were survivors of the Trail of Tears. It was turned into what was called a microtown, located near the Arkansas River, and elected its first mayor in 1898. Tulsa was low-key for the most part. That is, until a sizable amount of oil was discovered in 1901, and folks lost their minds. And of course, the oil was discovered on land owned by a Native American tribe, but no one cared. By 1905, even more oil was discovered, and white entrepreneurs and businessmen flocked and did what white entrepreneurs and businessmen often did when natural resource was newly discovered. Due to the surge of oil, Tulsa saw a wild influx and an increase in population, growing to over 140,000 people by 1930. If you're digging the podcast, consider going over to the Patreon to unlock exclusive content or subscribing to the YouTube channel for future visual podcasts. You want to hear my voice with pictures? You should do that. All this can be found in the description below. Now let's get back to the show. Black Wall Street, the Greenwood District, or as Booker T. Washington put it, Negro Wall Street. Now, there are many tall tales and accounts of how the Greenwood District of Tulsa, Oklahoma came to be about. Legend has it that around 1905, a black man from Arkansas named O.W. Gurley bought 40 acres of Tulsa land and said, "This is for black people." But there's no 100% verification of that fact. But we're going to go with that. Many black folk flocked to the Oklahoma Territory after the Civil War because why not? Anything's better than the South that was embroiled in Jim Crow laws and black codes. And many parts of the South, including Florida and Georgia and South Carolina, had many issues during the later parts of the 19th century with white men.
Answer it. Hello?
Hi, hello. My name is Deshaun with State Farms in the Claims Department. Am I speaking with Alexandra Ray?
This is she.
Hi, hello. So I'm calling about the incident that happened. I just need just clarification. What date of the incident?
Let me see. I don't know if I remember the date exactly. Let me see. Let me see if I can remember what day.
Still enslaving black people, but calling it just like peonage or, a different type of servitude. Black people wanted to escape that. But as we would come to find out, Oklahoma was to be no better. When Oklahoma became a state in 1907, the census counted about 6,611 whites, 638 blacks, and remarkably and sadly, only 49 Native Americans in Tulsa. In 1911, the Greenwood District of Tulsa was like a small ember burning with loads of potential. Between 1903 and 1920, there were many prominent and savvy black people that moved to Tulsa and set up successful and long-standing business ventures. In May 1906, when Emma Gurley, O.W. Gurley's wife, acquired property in Block 46 from a white man. Gurley's Hotel and Store was built, and it may have been the first businesses on Greenwood. W.F. Jones, who became one of the leading property owners in the neighborhood. Other early property owners included G.F. Blevins, C.F. Parker, and William and James Miller. Jim Cherry was a plumber from Texas who became one of Greenwood's most successful black property owners. Like many financially secure black Tulsans of the era, Jim Cherry seems to have been constantly on the scout for financial opportunity. Between 1909 and 1921, he operated a pool hall, ran a grocery store, took in boarders, treated real estate, and served as deputy sheriff. Dr. Robert Tyler Bridgewater was listed as one of Tulsa's 2 black physicians. J.B. Stratford's crowning achievement, the Stratford Hotel, was completed in Tulsa around 1920 and was emblematic of Greenwood's accelerating growth. In 1911, the only colored hotel in Tulsa was O.W. Gurley's, but J.B. Stratford built another one. In 1911, there were 5 black churches, 3 black attorneys, 2 black physicians, and no black movie theater. But 10 years later, in 1921, the city directory listed a dozen black churches, 15 black physicians, a black hospital, and 2 black movie theaters. There was a
She finna piss me off. Hello?
Hi, Alexandra. This is Deshae calling back from State Farm. I'm not sure what happened.
Okay. I'm still not sure what date this wreck happened exactly. It was around the 19th, I know. I think it was before Christmas. I just texted and asked my father. I'm really not sure.
Okay, so we did receive, because I do see your medical bill from Magnolia Regional Health. They have the 12th on here.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
So was it the 12th, or I just need to make sure that we have the correct date?
Yes, and that would have been the 12th.
Okay. All right. That was the reason for the call. I just needed to confirm with you. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
YMCA on North Greenwood Avenue.
What does it say on the thing? That's the night I went to the hospital,
man. There was a Booker T. Washington High School, perhaps the first secondary school in the state for African American students. It opened in 1913. Greenwood was bustling, not without its problems though. You see, the entire reason that Greenwood existed was because of segregation. Yes, Oklahoma, brought into the Union in 1907, was no different, more or less, than everything else that was happening, in the Jim Crow South. Even when black people would, flee to the north or to the west, there were still large amounts of racism in black codes. So, when we look at Greenwood, yes, there were bustling businesses. There was a great economy, but it had its problems. The sanitation was very poor. The heart of Greenwood had unpaved streets, no sanitary sewers, and little to no running water.
Use the right lane to take these at 86 feet to merge onto US 45 toward Court.
In March of 1921, 350 black people petitioned the city of Tulsa for clean sewers and running water and were swiftly denied. Was a shining example of how black people have always had to make do with less. But even with its issues, black people continued to flock to Tulsa. Between 1910 and 1920, the population swelled from less than 2,000 to over 9,000 black people. And a lot of black people said, yeah, it was for economic opportunity. But more importantly, it was for this. This was pivotal for black survival. Remember, we are 60 years
For 47 miles, continue straight.
From the Civil War and the Emancipation Proclamation, but in the thick of Jim Crow and black codes. Black people are still very much second-class citizens in the United States of America, where they talked to, applied to, worked, was all under intense scrutiny. In 1921, we were just 2 years removed from the Red Summer of 1919, a massive wave of racial violence towards black people due to high societal tensions after World War I. In a lot of parts of Tulsa, black people actually worked for white people, but they didn't feel like they were bound to white people. They worked as domestic workers, cooks, waiters, porters, shoe shiners, laborers, truck drivers. Some had trades. They were plumbers, carpenters, mechanics, bricklayers. In other parts of Tulsa, blacks were, of course, barred from patroning a lot of white establishments. So a lot of black people consciously kept their money circulating in the black Greenwood community. There were small background tensions between white and black people in Tulsa surrounding many things: the economy, voting, Jim Crow, racial classes, you name it. But nothing had truly ever boiled over. Everyone stayed in their lane until they didn't.
I traveled through time to tell you this. Almost everything that happens in politics today has happened before, has been debated before, maybe in slightly different forms. On My History Can Beat Up Your Politics podcast, since 2006, I've been examining the history behind today's politics and adding layers of context to some of today's debates and telling some great stories. I'm Bruce Carlson. Join me at www.myhistorycanbeatupyourpolitics.com or wherever you get your podcasts, Apple Podcasts, wherever else you get your podcasts from. Learn how George Washington and FDR supported vaccines in their time. Warren Harding, or Ulysses S. Grant, took stands on racial justice. John and Abigail Adams and what they had to say about free speech and the press. What Abraham Lincoln had to say on that. What were the conspiracy theories that had to be debated during the debate over the Constitution? Were things more partisan or less partisan in the past? We're balanced on My History Can Beat Up Your Politics, so I promise you won't be infuriated even if you don't agree. We take a balanced approach. So listen, www.myhistorycanbeatupyourpolitics.com.
Some say Dick Rowland and Sarah Page had a relationship. Some say they were just friends. Some say they were strangers. No one knows for absolute certain, but what we do know is they ended up on an elevator together on May 30th, 1921. On the morning of May 30th, 1921, Dick Rowland was working as a shoe cleaner in a white-owned shop. He had to use the restroom, and there were no colored restrooms in the building, so Dick had to walk to the Drexel building. The story told by police and reported the next afternoon in the Tulsa Tribune is that Rowland got into the elevator operated by Sarah Page on the third floor of the Drexel building at 319 South Main Street, and that somewhere on the way to the ground floor, the two came into contact. Sarah screamed, attracting the attention of an employee of Renberg's department store, which occupied the first 2 floors of the 4-story building. The unnamed employee summoned police while Rowland fled. He was arrested the next morning. The Tulsa public gained word of the incident and the arrest when the next day the Tulsa Tribune read, "Nab Negro for attacking girl in elevator." Sarah Page, the girl in question, gave her account. She said she noticed the Negro a few minutes before the attempted assault looking up and down the hallway on the 3rd floor of the Drexel building as if to see if there was anyone in sight, but she thought nothing of it at the time. A few minutes later, he entered the elevator, she claimed, and attacked her, scratching her hands and face, tearing her clothes. Her screams brought a clerk from Renberg's store to her assistance, and the Negro fled. He was captured and identified this morning, both by the girl and the clerk, police said. Okay, Sarah.
I'm trying to book
The
us.
story was written as a clear incendiary tactic. Black men across the nation had been hung for far less. The paper story made Rowland out to be some monster, out for prey to assault an innocent young girl. Many people have maintained that another editorial was published in the Tribune on May 31st, calling for the lynching of Dick Rowland. But that editorial cannot be found anywhere to this day. Many speculate that it was a special limited edition of the Tribune that was printed that said, "Lynch Negro Tonight." After his arrest, Rowland was taken to police headquarters and is said to have given a statement to authorities where he said he only stepped on Sarah's foot. Rowland was subsequently moved to the Tulsa courthouse jail because there were apparently anonymous threats made to the police saying that we are going to lynch that Negro tonight for assaulting that girl. Tuesday, May 31st, 1921. Around mid-afternoon, a decently sized crowd of white men had circled the courthouse. It is said that this initial crowd wasn't violent, more so nosy and curious. What was going on? But there were growing confidence that a white crowd would eventually congregate and that would become hostile. and the black residents of Greenwood knew this. So black men gathered in cars and got ready to drive to the
What is there
courthouse.
to do on a cruise ship?
A school operator named Mary Parrish said, therefore, some of our group banded together to add to the protection of the life that was threatened to be taken without a chance to prove his innocence. End quote. The sheriff of Tulsa pleaded for the black men to go home, and they did. But then a larger group returned, and he pleaded for that group to go home, and they did. But then more returned, some with weapons, some World War I veterans dressed in their uniforms, determined to stand up not just for Dick Rowland, but for their entire race. By about 10 p.m., the numbers in front of the courthouse had grown substantially. About 2,000 whites and 300 or so black men. The numbers vary by account. The white men were intent on intimidation and potentially disarming the black men. Accounts say that the white man walked up to a black man who was wielding a pistol and demanded the black man turn over his weapon. The black man refused. A tussle ensued. The pistol discharged, and in the words of the sheriff, all hell broke loose. At the end of the exchange of gunfire, 12 people were dead, 10 black and 2 white. White Tulsans would give accounts that blacks were trying to take over the city. What was really just a stance of solidarity was interpreted as a racial uprising. Whites began looting pawn shops and sporting goods stores, at first taking guns and ammo, and then most everything else of value. Hundreds of special deputies are turned loose on Tulsa streets by the Tulsa Police Department. Street fighting in downtown Tulsa continues for about 2 hours until African Americans are really retreating in droves back into Greenwood. So at this point, the blacks begin retreating into Greenwood, and they're quickly followed by the white mob, and many of the black people are taken off guard and attacked and killed. Through the early morning of Wednesday, June 1st, the shooting and looting only intensifies. The National Guard is officially activated, and several African-American occupied buildings on the north side of the Tulsa train tracks are set on fire. White rioters began preventing firefighters from extinguishing blazes. At around 5 a.m., organized assault on Greenwood begins, signaled according to some people by a loud whistle. Many Greenwood residents flee northward and out of the city. Those who remain are taken into custody and are interned or stay behind and fight. During this time, 6 airplanes circle overhead. Authorities say the planes were used strictly for reconnaissance, but others say the craft attacked with guns and bombs. A black man named Buck Franklin said, "I could see planes circling in midair. They grew in number and hummed, darted and dipped low. I could hear something like hail flailing upon the top of my office building. Down East Archer Street, I saw the old Midway Hotel on fire, burning from its top, and then another and another and another building began to burn from their top." He went on to say, lurid flames roared and belched and licked their forked tongues into the air. Smoke ascended the sky in thick, black volumes, and amid it all, the planes, now a dozen or more in number, still hummed and darted here and there with the agility of natural birds of the air. Franklin writes that he left his law office, locked the door, and descended to the foot of the steps. The sidewalks were literally covered with burning turpentine balls. I knew all too well where they came from, and I knew all too well why every burning building first caught from the top. I paused and waited for an opportune time to escape. Where, oh where is our splendid fire department with its half-dozen stations? He asked himself. Is the city in conspiracy with this mob? At this point, Greenwood is being emptied. African Americans are fleeing or plotting to keep fighting back, but the numbers are dwindling. By 11:15 a.m. on June 1st, Governor J.B.A. Robertson declares martial law. Fighting, arson, and looting have mostly stopped by this time, but the damage is done. The body count of African Americans is high, but there's never a truly accurate number because many bodies were burned, thrown in coal pits, or thrown in the Arkansas River. The commercial section of Greenwood was destroyed. Losses included 191 businesses, a junior high school, several churches, and the only hospital in the district. The Red Cross reported that 1,256 houses were burned and another 215 were looted but not burned. The Tulsa Real Estate Exchange estimated property losses amounted to $1.5 million in real estate and $750,000 in personal property. That's equivalent to over $34 million in 2021. The Red Cross reported in December 1921 that an estimated 10,000 people were made homeless by the destruction. Over the next year, local citizens filed more than $1.8 million in riot-related claims against the city. That's $27 million in 2021. The Tulsa Race Massacre was then largely swept under the rug. National, local papers didn't really report on it. Many black people involved and displaced because of it never spoke out because of fear. Many black home and business owners attempted to get their land and businesses back and rebuilt, but were largely unsuccessful. White business owners sued the city and basically took over. The Ku Klux Klan conveniently saw a massive resurgence in the United States around this time, thanks to President Woodrow Wilson, but a massive resurgence in Oklahoma and Tulsa during this time as well, almost as a final insult to injury. Afterwards, many black Tulsans participated in the Great Migration. They had to leave. This saw black people venturing to the west, north, and northeast in hopes of better life and financial prosperity, something they thought they had in Tulsa. O.W. Gurley, perhaps the person most responsible for Greenwood's existence, never financially recovered from the riot either, and also moved to California. Not much is known about Dick Rowland. It is known he was eventually let free, not taken by the mob and not lynched, and he made his way to the Pacific Northwest, where he is said to have died in the 1950s. There was a Tulsa Race Riot Commission established that tried for years to locate Dick Rowland and Sarah Page, but they were unsuccessful. Ironically enough, the fates of the two people who set in motion the events that led to the riot were left up to mystery, especially Sarah. Black Tulsa repressed the riot and tried their best to move on and to rebuild, but it just never really happened. Money that was supposed to be for generational wealth or retirement was spent trying to rebuild. It wasn't until the 1970s where the retellings and truth of the riot began to pick up steam again. By this time, the old Greenwood was all but gone, reduced to a single block by urban renewal, migration, big box retailers, an interstate highway, and the simple passage of time. In 1997, a commission to investigate the riot was established. The goal would be for some sort of responsibility for the riot to be established and for some sort of compensation or reparations to go to the victims. The issue was that reparations for the riot were something that white Tulsans weren't going to get behind. They felt no connection to the riot or its implications, and the government of Oklahoma felt the same. In June of 2001, Governor Frank Keating signed the 1921 Tulsa Race Riot Reconciliation Act into law. The act acknowledged that the event occurred, but failed to deliver any substantial reparations to the victims or their descendants. Today, there is only one building still standing in Tulsa that was a part of the Greenwood District prior to the riot, and that's the historical Vernon AME Church. This week is the 101st anniversary of the Tulsa Race Massacre, one of the deadliest acts of racial terror and violence in American history. Black people in this country have never been given a fair shake. When we talk about the implications and legacy of racism and slavery, we have to talk about Tulsa. We have to talk about how thousands of black people were robbed of their chance at prosperity. In my mind, we aren't that far removed from Tulsa, from Greenwood, from Black Wall Street. Yes, it was 101 years ago, but what's changed? If you ask me, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Until next time.
Wow.
Don't forget to check the link in the description to check out the Kickstarter campaign for Melanin Eclectic.
See, it always does that. Like, wow. It's pissing me off.
Your booty smell like green eggs and ham.
Shut your face.
Curious about the nuts nuts and bolts of the stock market, it's not just for finance types anymore. Take it from a couple of regular guys, Dave and Andrew, who taught themselves about investing and teach it all on the Investing for Beginners podcast. Start with our Back to Basics series on episode 43 and use that knowledge to design your better financial future today.
Before I get started with this episode, I just want to say thank you so much to anybody who has listened so far, even for a second, shared it with anybody, given me any type of constructive feedback. It goes such a long way. As of this last Monday, March the 14th, 2022, we ranked number 8 in the history genre on Apple Podcasts. We ranked as high as 10 on the history genre on Spotify, and we rank across every podcast on Apple Podcasts, no matter the genre. We ranked 178th. I know that doesn't sound like high, but there are hundreds of thousands of podcasts in the world right now, and we ranked 178th.
Pretty good.
So I appreciate it, and let's keep this wild ride going. Let's get into the show. So where were we? Oh yeah. Mary Bowser was born Mary Jane Richards into slavery in Richmond, Virginia in 1839. At around the age of 11, her master's daughter bought her, immediately freed her, and sent her to Philadelphia to be educated. This is where she did work for the Underground Railroad, lost her mother, and watched the country slowly fall into the depths of hell, and realized that even though she was free, black people couldn't be free until they were all free. This is part 2 of the story of Mary Bowser, and this is the Redacted History Podcast. So, happy Women's History Month again, and welcome back. Last week we dove headfirst into the story of one of the most courageous women to ever exist, Mary Bowser. Our story picks back up in 1859 after the hanging of John Brown and the events at Harper's Ferry, a failed slave rebellion that aided in setting the tone for what was to come in the Civil War in a couple of years. There were widespread riots and uprisings of angry northern white people in Philadelphia. The people who Mary knew hated black people, but not this much. During her time in Philadelphia, she spent a lot of time with rich and affluent white people, mostly white women, who bore attitudes of, those black people, they're cool. As long as money. So she decided it was best to go back to Richmond. Even though she knew that it would be the riskiest attempt ever. Now, if Mary had it her way, she would have left Richmond right then and there. She waited a year to see how the election of 1860 would play out. Mary and a lot of black people were really hopeful that Senator William Seward would get the Republican nomination to then run in the 1860 election. He was a founder of the original Republican Party, and before y'all start, the Republican Party in the mid-19th century actually opposed slavery, and the Democrats did not, but there was an ideological swing between 1865 and 1960.
I'm not sitting there looking. I said, watch out. I didn't do nothing. I'm not even in your way. Transporting runaway enslaved folk from Virginia to freedom, and would eventually become Mary's husband, thus her becoming Mary Bowser. You see how that worked out? Once Mary was back in Richmond, she wasted no time meeting up with her father, who was not very excited to see her. The years had not been kind to him at all. He was aging terribly due to the harsh conditions of the blacksmith shop he worked in. His owner was still making work 6 days a week, only getting Sunday off. He was suffering from rheumatism and arthritis and a broken heart. It also wasn't helping that her father was forced to sleep in like a 5x5 shed in the back of the property. It also hurt her that her father wasn't happy to see her because he felt like he wasted opportunity for freedom. You're up in Philadelphia learning, you're being educated, you're politicking with all these white people, and you chose to come back to the South while we're about to go to war. Okay, sure. Now, someone who was happy to see her was Elizabeth Van Lew, the quick-witted abolitionist who more than a decade earlier had purchased 7 slaves from her mother and freed them immediately. 2 of those slaves being Mary and her mother.
mother, Minerva. She spent much of the inheritance from her father's death to free her slaves and more slaves throughout Richmond. But Elizabeth knew that her work was just getting started. She knew, just as well as Mary did, that the country was about to fall flat on its face very, very soon. And that all started with South Carolina. This podcast episode is brought to you by Patreon. If you want to support me and the podcast and what we do here, go to patreon.com/blackout, BLACKKOUT, and you'll get access to merch drops, voted on what we do on TikTok, as well as the podcast, as well as live streams and many other bonuses. Let's get back to the show. Abraham Lincoln was elected president November 6th, 1860, and South Carolina said deuces. They succeeded almost immediately from the Union on December 20th, 1860, and Mississippi, Georgia, and Alabama all followed suit soon thereafter. 3 states that I would absolutely expect that from, by the way. And other southern states were ready. And of course, when all this was getting ready to happen, the sitting president, James Buchanan, did absolutely nothing. He was a puppet. He was, like I said, the end of the string of terrible presidents from all the way from Andrew Jackson in the 1820s up to him in 1859. And Mary knew it was only a matter of time before Virginia did its own succession. Mary saw the Union like a grease fire, and the leadership of the nation chose to just douse it with water. The Missouri Compromise, the Compromise of 1850, the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850, the Kansas-Nebraska Act, etc., etc., etc. And anytime there were any kind of slave uprisings, think Nat Turner, think John Brown, they were quickly silent.
Curious about the nuts and bolts of the stock market? It's not just for finance types anymore. Take it from the nuts and bolts of the stock market. It's not just for finance types anymore. Take it from a couple of regular guys, Dave and Andrew, who taught themselves about investing and teach it all on the Investing for Beginners podcast. Start with their Back to Basics series on episode 43 and use that knowledge to design your better financial future today.
What if I told you that climate change wasn't real? Those wildfires, those rising temperatures, those melting ice caps, yeah, those are a figment of your imagination. Go for it. I'm just kidding. That would be a lie. Now, what if I told you there once lived an enslaved black woman who was freed, educated, and became a spy for the Union Army and played a part in infiltrating the Confederacy in the midst of the Civil War, providing valuable information for the Union Army. And her partner in crime was her former slave.
Stop, bro.
Well, that. Ruth, this is the story.
And drive the car.
Welcome to the Redacted History.
Okay, well then don't.
So, first off, happy Women's History Month. I took a 2-week hiatus from releasing any new podcast content because I wanted to produce an episode that did Women's History Month justice. I wanted to produce an episode that told the story of a woman who has not only been forgotten throughout history, but someone who inspired me as well, and I hope she inspires you too. Now, most of those 2 weeks were spent reading and researching because Mary Bowser was, for lack of better wording, a ghost. Not just in the afterlife, but while she was amongst the living as well. Seldom were the lives of enslaved folk documented. And Mary was also a woman, so had it not been for the first-hand accounts and the extensive work of historians, we would never know what little we do about this amazing woman and her story. I also thought it was important because when we talk about the Civil War, when we talk about the 1800s, who do we talk about? We talk about Jefferson Davis, loser, Robert E. Lee, super loser. We talk about Abraham Lincoln and how he was put on a t-shirt watching Disney on Ice. We talk about Andrew Jackson and all of these white men, but we never talk about the heroes of the Civil War that were people of color. More importantly, the heroes of the Civil War who were women. We talk about Harriet Tubman, and yes, she led the Underground Railroad, but we don't talk about how she was also a spy, how she was also a nurse. So that's why I wanted to talk about Mary Bowser today. This episode is part 1 of a 2-part series because there is a lot to go over. So, sorry, I know we all want, everything at once in this age of consumption and the internet. Don't be mad at me, give me some grace. Now, there aren't many pictures of Mary. A lot of the pictures on Google or historical websites that claim to be Mary actually aren't her at all. So for this story, I want you to close your eyes and imagine a darker-skinned black girl with big, curly black hair. Now, like I said, little information was recorded on Mary's life in her earliest years, and she basically fell off the face of the earth after the Civil War. However, the documented period between 1839 and 1865 is a cinematic movie experience, and I'm going to do my best to give it to you.
Why you burning that grass and try to get them ducks?
Oh my God, what the hell happened?
That probably was
For what?
Cut the grass, bro.
Make it grow? Is that legal?
And I'm Dr. Andrea Love, an immunologist and
Don't catch some shit on fire.
and infectious disease immunologist.
You know what they do?
Immunity. And together, we are the hosts of the podcast. The goal of the Unbiased Science podcast is to dispel misinformation and misconceptions across an array of science and public health topics. We love to debunk myths and help arm our listeners with information so they can make evidence-based decisions. We hope you'll tune in to the Unbiased Science podcast, your trusted source for no-nonsense, just science. New episodes air every other Wednesday, so make sure to mark your calendars.
If you want to support the Redacted History Podcast and what I do here, you can support me on Patreon. Go to patreon.com/blackout, BLACKKOUT, and you'll get informational merch drops. You get to vote on what I do here on the podcast, as well as what I do on TikTok, and you get access to live streams and much more. So you can find that link below in the bio. And now, let's get back to the show.
Yes, it is.
I ain't the police.
We back in old Bumfuck,
Mary Bowser was born Mary Jane Richards in May of 1839 in Richmond, Virginia. The Bowser name comes later, so just bear with me. Richmond was a very interesting place at this time, mid-1800s. It wasn't too far south where folks considered slavery to be at its harshest. Think Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, even a lot of parts of Georgia. And it was about 250 miles away from Philadelphia.
Always touching some shit.
Remember I got a flat last Christmas?
The city that had abolished slavery in 1780.
Oh yeah, little tires bust.
And due to its
Get so bald they bust.
So you see less plantation work and more in-house labor, hardware, blacksmiths, etc. But don't think slavery was any less harsh than what we like to refer to as house slaves, right? Mary was born to who we'll call Minerva and Louis. Not much is known about her parents, especially when and where they were born. She was born into what many would call a unique situation. You see, her mother and father did not live together. They were both enslaved, but by different masters. Mary's mother, Minerva, was owned by the Van Loo family, a rich family whose deceased patriarch was the former mayor of Philadelphia from 1796 to 1798. And he moved the family to the Richmond area in 1906. Mary's mother was enslaved already.
What are you talking about?
And John Van, who owned a thriving hardware business. They resided in the house, the mansion, with their children Elizabeth, who they would sometimes refer to as Bet,
We
and
almost
young John Van Loo, and over half a dozen enslaved
How do you
black
turn
people,
this?
two of which were Mary and her mother.
Turn it around.
Was Mary's father.
Yes, it do.
He was also in Richmond working as a blacksmith under his by the name of Mahan. Mary and her mother were permitted by the Van Loos to spend Sundays with Louis, who had his own cabin. Once Mary was old enough to work, she was put to work in the big house alongside her mother, cleaning and waiting hand and foot on the Van Loos. Mary was a very inquisitive young girl. Her mother taught her from a young age, as early as 4, that she must always be aware of her surroundings. If you're doing a chore around the house, serving the white folk at a dinner party, or anything of the sort, keep your ears and your eyes open, like a spy, because you never know when you would hear some information that would be useful to you down the line. When Mary was around 5 or 6, it was discovered by her owners and her mother that she had an eidetic or photographic memory, and this would be something she could use to her advantage many a time. However, when they found out about Mary's memory, they thought it meant she could read, which she could, but she could never admit that because of, as you probably know, it was illegal in slave states for black folk to be literate. So, Mistress Van Loo made Mary promise to never tell of her gift, or she would be taken to Richmond's whipping post to be punished for the entire town to see. But, in secret, Elizabeth Van Loo, the daughter, would teach Mary how to read in the coming years. The Van Loos had a very interesting family dynamic. Mistress Van Loo was a very stuck-up socialite from the north who wanted the finer things in life and very much so enjoyed the employment of her workers, as she called them. John was the typical firstborn son who was eager to take over the family business when it was his turn. And Elizabeth was the rebellious radical. Born around 1819, she was sent to Philadelphia in her youth to study at a Quaker school. You see, Quakers were amongst the first denomination in the United States to fiercely detest slavery and form abolitionist groups that spread out throughout the North. And as you can imagine, Elizabeth, growing up in the North, went to the North and realized that slavery was whack. And she brought those sentiments back down south with her. When she came back to Richmond, she would become an outspoken member of the family on behalf of abolition. The family dynamic began to turn its gears when in the fall of 1844, old Master Van Loo keeled over and kicked the bucket and went down to, up to heaven. Some years later, it was Christmas 1850, and Elizabeth Van Loo invited Mary's father, Louis, to Christmas dinner, which was odd. That night, the table had been set, the food was prepared, and the enslaved stood around the table, ready to serve their masters. The instructions that they got prior to dinner were that 11 plates were to be set at the big table. When the Van Loos arrived for dinner, Elizabeth asked that all 8 enslaved folk joined her mother, and her brother for dinner. Now, there were 8 enslaved people in the house, so the math was mathing. Mary, her mother, her father, and the other 5 enslaved took the seats at the table they would never dare even begin to think about sitting at under normal circumstances. Forks nervously scraped plates for the next 10 minutes until Elizabeth Van Loo speaks up. She said, "This year, I celebrate Christmas in my own right, for my mother has consented to sell me her slaves so that I may set them free." The black folk at the table stared at her with their mouths agape full of food. Free? They were really free? That easy? Well, yeah. After Master Van Loo died, he left his children inheritances, and with her money, Elizabeth chose to buy her mother's slaves and free them. And the plan was kind of easy. Elizabeth would draw up freedom papers for her enslaved people. They would remain employed to her for several months so as to earn enough money to support themselves when they moved to a free state. Mary and her family were elated, but as usual, when things seem like they are too good to be true, they probably are. You see, Mary and her mother had their freedom, but her father did not. Elizabeth said she approached his master and he refused to sell because good blacksmiths are hard to come by. And they could only stick around as free folk but for so long, because Virginia law said that enslaved black people had a year to leave the state or risk being arrested and sold right back into slavery. Many times when you were sold back into slavery, you were split up from your family. One of the many, many inhumane laws put into place to further dehumanize black people.
Have you ever wondered what really happened to Amelia Earhart or the lost colony of Roanoke? Do you ever find yourself scouring the internet for vicious Victorians and their murders by gaslight? Or perhaps you're just sick and tired of women being constantly misrepresented or plain lied about throughout history? If so, join me, Katie Charlwood, history harlot and reader of books, on Who Did What Now, the history podcast that's not your history class. Part of the Airwave Media Network. Available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts. Adios, au revoir, au revoir, my friends. Bye-bye.
That's how they talked on the Ratatouille ride.
I'll be seeing you.
This is not. This is Scottish accent.
So Mary and her family had a choice to make. She and her mother could take their freedom, head north, knowing they'd never see her father again. Didn't feel like a great idea. How about head north and ask him to come with them, knowing he'd be hunted like a dog until he was captured and forcibly taken back to Virginia, and they would probably be taken too. And this is where his master would either cripple him or kill him. Yeah, no. However, Mary's mother came up with a plan. Jean, the final the eager to help Elizabeth Van Loo, who was taking this whole abolitionist thing super.
Hello?
Hi, Granny. You at home?
No, ma'am. I'm up here at the hospital.
For what?
Ciola's in the hospital.
Oh, I didn't know.
Police didn't tell you?
I thought she went to the nursing home after she got out the hospital.
She ain't been yet.
Oh,
Her blood pressure is low. They trying to get her blood pressure back up.
What they done?
They had to pull too much fluid off of her at one time. You know, she was all swelled up and she had a lot of fluid.
Yeah, we said that Christmas Eve she was overloaded.
Yeah, and she's still swole. And so they had to slow it down because her blood pressure started dropping.
Where's she at?
So that made her,
Where's she at?
She's at Magnolia.
Is she in the ICU?
And her, electrolytes, they're off the chart. So they try and get all that settled down.
What floor is she on?
475. 474. I guess 474, 75. And so Ashley had to go home and go to bed, so she stayed last night. So, tonight.
You gonna stay tonight?
Yeah, I'm gonna stay tonight. Car in.
Okay. Yeah, we just got back.
Huh?
Yeah, we just got back.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I was gonna drop your gift off to you.
Oh, okay. I won't be at home till, I don't know when I'm coming back. When I'll be back to the house. When you come to work, Monday?
No, I go back to work Friday.
This coming Friday?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you'd be back Monday.
I don't know.
Okay.
Well, I might come see her tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll be sitting here.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
Bye-bye.
I hope the nurses up there don't try to fucking give her fluids to get her blood pressure up. Because that's not what she needs.
Like juices. Like juices.
What do you mean juices?
Had to get her off her sugars now.
No, baby, like an IV, like saline. Yeah. Like normal saline.
Her blood pressure not low. I mean, her sugar's not low.
No, it's not her sugar, it's her blood pressure is low. Because they pulled all that fluid off of her. So if they pull that fluid off of her, why don't they just treat all that stuff instead of she's dry? Yeah.
Yeah. If y'all come out here, if you come this evening, bring me some hot tamales.
Oh, Lord. Okay, Grandma.
Go get them from Hills now.
Alright.
Alright.
Bye.
Love you.
Love you too. Bye.
Alright. Bye-bye.
I'm going to get no damn hot tamales, girl.
Mary's parents were less concerned about their freedom and more concerned with how Mary could lead a safe and worthwhile life. So it was arranged for Mary to be sent to a school of girls
ride my motorcycle.
She would have boarding and a monthly allowance from Elizabeth. Mary's mother would stay behind with her father and have her freedom papers redrawn every month or so until the day came that
You
her
gonna
father
go ride
was
your
free.
motorcycle?
And who knew when or if that would ever happen.
Your car's
But hey,
in my house.
love makes you do stuff. So, in 1851, at the age of 11, Mary hugged her mother and was put on a train.
So what, are we not going to your house first?
Mary spent her entire adolescence and some young adult years in Philadelphia. She was there from 1851 to 1859 She went to school where she excelled and became best friends with the local undertaker's daughter. She met an entire network of free Philadelphia black folk. It was her time in Philadelphia that would shape Mary's views on freedom and slavery forever. And see, that freedom wasn't all it really cracked up to be, because in the eyes of the white person, there was a good chance you still meant nothing to them, whether they were abolitionists or not. And that illustrates what life must have been like for free black folk for the next 100 years. Yeah, I'm free, but I can't eat where I want, sit where I want, look at who I want, or use the bathroom where I want. I'm free, but at what cost? Throughout her time in Philadelphia, she built a closer relationship with Elizabeth Van Loo, her former master. Elizabeth seemed to really be all aboard the abolitionist train and wanted what was best for Mary and to continue to oppose the institution of slavery in the South. Elizabeth even took more of her inheritance and helped free more black people in Richmond, Virginia. As a teenager, Mary joined the Philadelphia Anti-Slavery Society. It was an interracial organization of mostly healthy white women who had group discussions, fundraisers for the abolitionist cause. That was it. Mary quickly learned that the society and groups like this existed just for people to say, oh yeah, I was in that, you know, I'm down for the cause. Super similar to someone today plopping Black Lives Matter brown fist emoji in their bio and calling it a day. But Mary wanted more. She wanted to be instrumental in the abolishment of slavery, but she wasn't quite sure how. White people felt like as long as they were able to do things to give themselves moral victories, then their job was done. And this confused Mary greatly. And furthermore, it kind of scared her, because as long as we had this pitter-patter, this really slow progression, Mary might be dead before any real change was ever made. But there were events that helped light a fuse for Mary to break free and really take action. The first event being her mother dying when she was around 16 years old. You see, the last time that Mary had ever seen her mother was right before she got on the train in 1851 to head from Richmond, Virginia to Philadelphia. Mary's mother got her freedom and never got to taste it. She chose to stay behind in the hopes that her husband would get his, but a fever took her before that. Mary couldn't help but feel guilty and more determined than ever to free her father, whose master still refused to sell. What was her father thinking? How alone did he feel in the moment? You see, Mary had been communicating with her father over the years, but it was only through Elizabeth Van Loo. They would write letters back and forth, and Elizabeth would, read the letters to her father and then write down whatever her father wanted to say back to Mary, because he was illiterate. He hadn't seen his daughter in 10 years, and his wife of over 20 years was gone. And Mary was more determined than ever to at least get back to him. Next, Mary became a member of the Underground Railroad. Remember when I said that she became best friends with the Undertaker's daughter? Well, he was one of many pawns in the North, both black and white. Gay black slaves would stow away in coffins and be driven to freedom from the South to Philadelphia by other abolitionists who were usually white, because who would question a white man on the road? It was meaningful to Mary to help enslaved black folk experience the same breath of freedom, the same jubilation, same realization that she got to experience for the last decade. It was through her Underground Railroad work that she met an enslaved black girl who we don't know her name. She helped her escape from Richmond, Virginia to New York. The girl was actually being sexually abused by her master and wound up killing him with a brick to the head and was on the run. This was both eye-opening and a full-circle moment for Mary, who was helping a girl her age escape from the same place that once held her in chains. And lastly, Mary was completely radicalized by the events that took place at Harper's Ferry in 1859. This was where John Brown, a white abolitionist, led a failed slave rebellion in Harper's Ferry, West Virginia. This event rocked the nation completely and was a major catalyst towards the Civil War. A slave rebellion sparked true fear. What if all of the blacks rose up and sought revenge? Mary was mostly inspired and convicted by the death of a man named Dangerfield Newby, a black man who assisted John Brown, because you see, Dangerfield's wife and his children, they were still held in slavery while he was free. He needed $1,000, so say her master, to buy his wife and his children's freedom. He brought $700 to the master and said, hey, this is all I got. It takes years for a slave to earn even $100.
You driving to the
master
house?
looked at him and said,
no, you can drive.
That's not $1,000. So,
I don't do no city driving.
Where my shoe go?
So,
Grab my
Dangerfield
shoe,
assisted
baby.
John Brown. However,
Man,
unfortunately,
please stop. Please stop.
Dangerfield was killed during